Hello. Welcome everyone. We are very glad to see you all here. We are starting very soon. Please don't be shy and sit at the table, even if you see these signs. Don't be shy. Organizing committee as well. I would suggest to give another 5-ish minutes to those who struggle under the rain now, and then we'll start, okay? Okay, maybe I will begin kind of unofficial beginning for us. Thank you for the timer. I knew someone is on time. So this is our first international conference, regional conference for DiGRA. I will talk more about what it is and why it is important for us to be here and to see you all here. But for now, I have just a few organizational moments. First of all, Қайырлы таң, құрметті достар. Мы в Центральной Азии привыкли прыгать между языками, and even though the working language is English, we can switch anytime we want. We are very pleased to welcome our guests from our neighboring Central Asian countries, from Kyrgyzstan, from Uzbekistan. We are really proud that the first DiGRA conference is truly international, truly covers the most of our region. We hope to grow in future, but this is already some results. We're also very glad to see our partner universities. We have MUIT here, we have New York Film Academy here, and many more partners from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and actually from other cities of Kazakhstan, not only from Almaty. We have guests who came from Astana, from Atrau, and we are really glad to see you all here. We know that there were very many registrations and everyone were very excited about this conference. If at some point there are too many people in here, but you still want to be a part of the conference and to be with the people, there is also lounge area at GameLab. It's ground floor. Please check it out. It's quite comfortable. It also will be streaming the everything what's going on in here. So if you feel that here there are too many people for you, you can just lounge at GameLab ground floor. -1 этаж, you will see the signs how to get there. Once again, we are really happy to see you all here, and now I have the honor to greet our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Jumasitova Aysel Kinesina.
Қайырлы таң, құрметті әріптестер, қонақтар, КБТУ-ға қош келдіңіздер. Or how we're telling to our guests, welcome to Kazakh-British Technical University. And I would like to start to tell thanks, my appreciation to people who came on Saturday morning, and especially on such rainy day. So probably the weather outside feel like typical British. But today we are here with our Kazakh hospitality. We'll start and provide this conference. The conference has a very interesting format. I am, as a professor and vice rector for academic affairs, usually participate at the conference that looks a little bit not boring, yeah, but scientific, more theoretical, yeah. So, but this new format of the conference, it's about the combination of science, technology, and practice. And I would like to tell that we are proud to host this conference here at KBTU. Do you know that 4 years back, we launched the Game Development Lab? Now we are in 2026, and we are launching a new educational program. This program is familiar for the young generation, but when their parents or older people, they are asking, why? Why? That's about the games, and education is different. And our answer for these people, or sometimes even the government authorities, yeah, they are asking this question, and we always reply that games inspires, games is just the reflections from our life. Life inspires games, and games inspire life. Probably you have heard a lot of the examples when players could solve complex scientific problems. Yeah, as I know, in 2011, that's the players they found the solution of the form of this complex protein. Or video games help for thousands of people identify their career path. Do they prefer to be the medical workers, engineers, or even to go to the army? There are many examples how games became the part of our daily life. And today I would like to thank participants as well, because we have participants from different universities. We have the participants from different countries, as I know, from Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Hoş geldinizdir. And also I would like to thank the people without their job, their contribution is not possible to meet together today on Saturday rainy morning. That's the team of our game development lab, and also individual researchers who provide their studies based on the information and data, as I know from US, Turkey, and many countries. Your work, your dedication, your attitude, you made this conference, and I would like to wish you a very productive day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Asil Kinesovna. And I would like to continue our introductory plenary session with great gratitude towards our university, which is our home and our strength to create something new. And with gratitude, I want to move on to our game lab, to my own colleagues, my almost family. Nazim, Dmitry is already here, yes, Anastasia, Ivan. These are the people who I trust very much and who can do anything when it is needed. And I know that Game Lab and game studies and video games in general is something that drives them forward, and with them everything drives forward as well. And thanks to them so much for this crazy, actually, adventure of creating a new chapter and creating this conference. And of course, these people and me myself are part of newly created DiGRA Central Asia chapter. And I have to mention our chapter board members as well. We wouldn't be able to create this all alone with only our own strengths and expertise. We have a really strong team of organizing committee and board members of DiGRA Central Asia. We have our colleague whom we know for a long time because we have many similar interests, similar events, and we are happy to have opportunity to work with her and her lab every time. This is a representative of International IT University at Almaty, Muit Dana Tsoy, who is the head of lab of mixed reality. I always want to say that it's immersive, but it is immersive. There is also Aidai, who is extremely passionate researcher who has a very interesting topic. She will be actually speaking about her research topic today at the conference. She will talk about monetization in game development. Very interesting topic, you all know that. And also thanks to her, we have this beautiful, stylish website of our conference and of our chapter. We have Andrei Dronin here, who is a representative and actually co-founder of Portal College at Bishkek. Crazy guys who just launched the whole college to educate future game developers, and they're doing it successfully. This is truly inspirational for us, and I hope for the whole region here. And so thanks very much to these guys and girls who supported us in that and who actively participated in all this DiGRA launching history, for which we are very proud. And I will speak just a few words about what DiGRA actually is and why we are so hype about that. So DiGRA is a Digital Games Research Association, which was launched dozens of years ago in Copenhagen, I think, somewhere north. That's the weather. And it covers more than 30 countries. There are more than 30 regional chapters around the globe who represent this association. The association has its own journal, it has its own yearly conference, and the conference is hosted yearly at different locations. Last year we were lucky to present at DiGRA conference at Malta, and we've met people from around the globe and actually presented that we are launching our own regional chapter, and next year it will be in Ireland, so it travels from one place to another. And our big dream actually is that someday the global DiGRA conference will be somewhere in our region and we can host it with our Central Asian hospitality, and we are working really hard towards that. It is, of course, a huge network and huge supporting community where you can do mutual research, where you can do various collaborations, develop artistic game projects together with international scholars of game studies. Basically, that is why we are so excited to have this opportunity to launch our regional chapter. There are quite old and strong chapters like British DiGRA or Nordic DiGRA, which is like the home for game studies. And when we come to that stage, it means that now we finally have our voice in the global discourse of game studies and game development. And from what we see from the abstracts that were submitted, from the talks that we will hear today, we have something to say. And that what we have to say is quite inspiring, quite interesting, and I'm very glad for the global game studies community that they will have you, that they will have our regional community as well. You know, every time we meet other scholars from Central Asia around the world at conferences, events, somewhere else, we always greet them like they're part of our family. And many of you know that when we meet somewhere abroad and it's like, you're from Central Asia, we are like bros, etc. And now finally this family is official and structured, and we really hope that it will continue moving on. A few words about membership. We invite new members to our DiGRA chapter. To become a DiGRA chapter member, you also have to be a member of DiGRA Global. There is a symbolic yearly fee of 20 euros per year for students and 40 for everyone else. And it provides you access to all the resources, to all the network and the discounts on conferences, etc. So if some of you are interested to join this global association, please reach out to any of our board members. And now I will give the mic to my colleague, another board member, Aidai, who will talk about game studies a bit more. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. Thank you for coming here in such a quite not very nice weather and morning, Saturday. It's really, really important for us to see you today in this very important day. So I just want to give you a few words about game studies, why it is so important and why it is so important for us in Central Asia. So I was born in Kyrgyzstan in a very small town, and I was a small girl and I didn't have a lot of stuff connected to technology, and I was playing around. And I was so far from games, but I was playing. And the play, it's a very important act for all of us. A play, it's a process of how we learn to communicate with the world. So when the child is born, he's small, he touches everything, and he communicates via play. In today's world, games are so big. So as an industry, as a culture, as something that we do see every day. So my brother plays a lot of Roblox, my brother plays a lot of, my friends, like the girls who are like professional, they do work in the big companies, but still they go back home and they play Genshin Impact, and they do care about their skins there. And it is saying a lot about today's actually digital media and the world that we are living. And game studies are revealing the processes underneath it, how it deeply connects with the way how the culture is changing day by day. The culture is something that we cannot really own, but it is something that sometimes do own us. So game studies, it's the field that is very young, but nowadays we can see that researchers from very different fields, like very technical, very into art, very into psychology, very into archaeology or into anthropology, they do care about games. And it is very, very important for Central Asia also, because Central Asia, it's very close to game studies. We are also very young, we are also very thrilling, and I think that for us, it's the way, today's like event, it's the way how we can connect every dot, every country, and to become a strong voice for the global community of digital games association and also the research community. So again, thank you for coming. I hope this event will inspire you for your future career and the research, and I'm very excited about your speeches today.
Thank you, Adai. And Dana Toy, please, a few words about our conference.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for coming, and I would like to begin my speech from thanking word to all the members of our DiGRA Central Asia chapter, especially Alexandra and all of the members of Game Dev, because thanks to guys, we also become the member of this huge organization which help to study games, to make it like to observe it in more serious way, and to understand that it's not only the tool for entertainment, but also a serious way to research and study society through that, and through another perspective maybe. And also I would like to thank all the administration of KBTU, because we have many different collaborations under the term of our projects, conference, and thank all of the people who doing it. And today I want to say that we have 3 main tracks under the conference. The first one is about the game design and education, I guess. And under that section, we're gonna explore how game mechanics enhance motivation, engagement, and educational outcomes. Our second chapter is about the game development technology and player analysis. So there we're gonna observe the way of development tools, interactive systems, the way how game design actually is constructed and works. And our last but not least section is on AI and ethics in game design. And there we'll try to explore the way AI have changed the game design, the approaches for the development, for the understanding the players are involved into the games. And hope that today's discussion gonna spark new perspective for you to understand that games, it's not only entertainment, not only for fun, but also as a great tool to understand what's happening around us, and a great tool to observe the world from new perspective. So hope that you're gonna enjoy it, and so have fun. Thanks.
Thank you, Dana. Last but not least, Andrei Dronin.
Спасибо большое. Здравствуйте. Я позволю себе немножечко нас как-то вернуть в более, может быть, близкий, да, и понятный русский язык. Позволю себе говорить на русском языке сегодня. Спасибо огромное Александре за те шикарные слова, которые она сказала о нашем колледже. Прямо действительно был, да, я сооснователь и там, ментор и прочее, директор всякого в Портал-колледже, который первый колледж, который в Центральной Азии, возможно, даже единственный до сих пор, который занимается именно обучением, разработки видеоигр и только этому. Это настоящий колледж, полноценный, офлайн, трехлетний, вся вот эта вот с госдипломом и прочие истории. Это было тяжело, но мы справились, мы его открыли, он второй год существует, и буду очень рад и пообщаться по этому поводу со всеми присутствующими, установить контакты, если вам интересно что-то узнать о том, как мы обучаем видеоиграм, почему мы делаем это в Центральной Азии, в Кыргызстане, и как вы можете с нами посотрудничать. Буду рад любым сотрудничеством в любом формате, какой только может прийти к вам в голову. Я вас уверяю, мы сделаем это возможным. Почему мы тут вообще, да, что хотелось сказать немножечко, да, про образовательный момент всей этой истории, потому что ну, DiGRA, да, это научная в некотором роде как-то, да, ассоциация, а наука, она вот рождается все-таки в образовательных учреждениях. Очень приятно, что в Центральной Азии возникают и существуют такие образовательные учреждения, которые продвигают именно на научную, да, исследовательскую, потому что игры сегодня это не просто продукт, это не просто игрушки, это язык нового поколения, это и, ну, наверное, можно сказать, что это и форма искусства, но это и инструмент обучения, естественно, да, потому что люди, ну, наверное, еще с тех пор, когда они были обезьянами, они учились через игры и продолжают учиться через игры, и мы всегда будем учиться через игры. Но за каждой игрой стоят люди, которые ее сделали, а за каждым человеком стоит образование. И именно образование формирует образ мышления и учит не просто там что-то запрограммировать, что-то нарисовать и так далее. Это учит и работать в команде, и понимать систему, и как все это устроено. То есть какую-то фундаментальную историю академическую. И мы видим, и я у себя в колледже, я уверен, что и вы у себя, да, и все коллеги, что ребята, которые приходят учиться, они приходят именно за тем, чтобы понять, как они могут влиять на общество, как они могут достичь чего-то, как они могут имплементировать даже центральноазиатскую культуру вот в то, что они хотят делать, как они хотят влиять на свое будущее, на будущее тех, кто будет играть в их игры. И именно здесь академическое сообщество и индустрия наконец-то должны стать не параллельными мирами, а партнерами. Потому что есть вот это различие и непонимание. И мне кажется, что вот через образовательный, через академический такой подход мы должны это вместе совмещать. Потому что исследования помогают разработчикам принимать более осознанные решения в своей работе, а практика разработки, наоборот, ставит перед исследователями новые вопросы. И вот это вот очень хорошо мержится. Я надеюсь, что вот мы сегодня как раз об этом и поговорим. Ну, все остальное, мне кажется, сказали, и про то, какая Центральная Азия прекрасная, и как у нас хороший рост, и все, что нам... Да, и что нужно уже, вот, и замечательно, что такие инициативы, наконец-то, огромное спасибо, и, в общем, welcome. Давайте продолжать.
Thank you very much, Andrei. So you've seen our board members, you know them in face. please feel free to talk, to discuss, to ask questions. That is the primary reason why we created this conference and called you all to come here. Our keynote speaker for today comes from film industry, and he worked on several very cool movies, including The Batman. And today he will be talking about how game technologies influence the filming industry. I'm pleased to welcome Derek Crane, instructor at New York Film Academy. Thank you. You can sit here. Sorry, just a moment. We also have online viewers, so we want all the slides and everything to be seen by them as well. By the way, if your friends are not here, please tell them and send them the link to YouTube stream.
Cool. Well, thank you everyone for having me. It's great to be here. And yeah, so just to introduce myself, I'm Derek Crane. I'm a senior visual effects artist and compositing supervisor. I've spent most of my career working in Canada, mainly between Montreal and Vancouver. Right now I teach at the New York Film Academy, so actually a few of my students are here. Shout out to everyone who made it. But yeah, so I teach the 3D animation and visual effects program at the NIFA Kazakhstan campus. So the thing I want to talk about today is where I see some of the convergences between film technology, film and TV rendering technology, and some of the stuff that's going on in video games. So for the longest time, they've been really two disparate approaches to getting pixels to screen. So my expertise is for sure more on the film side, but I think there is some interesting things to look at, especially now. So I'll just pull up my slides here. Down. Okay, it's got it. That's okay, it's working. So yeah, some recent films that I worked on. So during COVID, I was at ILM Sydney, and I worked on The Batman. So that was a project that used Unreal Engine for a stagecraft technology. So I don't know if you're familiar with it, but basically, it's a way to preload or front load a lot of the pixel making, and then what happens is a rendered image is rendered through Unreal Engine onto an LED volume, and it's sort of an alternative to traditional like green screen or blue screen technology. So I did a number of shots in there. Another film that I worked on some years ago was called 47 Meters Down. It was a shark film, but on that we used a render engine called Redshift. So Redshift, it's owned by Maxon now, but this technology is it's basically offline rendering, but on the GPU. So at the time, this was 2017, pretty a neat way to get a lot of speed ups using the GPU rendering. Nowadays we have technology like Octane Render and a few other ones. And then more recently, I worked on a hybrid AI visual effects project. So in this case, it's using AI as a renderer, and I think you guys have probably seen some of that stuff coming into the game world as well. So yeah, so two different approaches for games. It's the goal obviously is real time and high frame rates. For film and TV, the goal is unbiased rendering. So we look for total accuracy and like basically a scientific, totally accurate simulation of light. So two different approaches there. I've already covered that: stagecraft, real-time engines, hybrid approach using like the GPU for accelerating rendering. There's a few other things I'll talk about later. I don't know if you're familiar with DLSS and Gaussian splatting. So it's kind of a hybrid approach of using like machine learning and AI to accelerate pixels to screen. And then there's a few other interesting things with frontier AI models that have some use cases. So here's talking about stagecraft a little bit more in depth. Basically, there's a motion tracking kit attached to the camera, and that's synchronized with a scene in Unreal Engine. Two versions of that scene. One of them is the broader 360-degree environment to account for reflections and refractions and other off-screen lighting events. And then you also have a higher quality view onto the scene through the frustum of the camera. So I will just say in experience, there was some definite trade-offs. A lot of people have sold virtual production as a magic bullet, but in practice, there are some limitations. One of the main ones is when you have a grid of LED lights that make up the volume. You have a chance to get some moire patterns where there's sort of an alignment between the pixels and the grid. So you can sort of get this this kind of effect that needs to be cleaned up. And the main one is that there's a sort of a limit to how bright these LED panels can get. So a lot of the work that we had to do in this show was enhancing some of that work. And indeed, as directors are they, Chris Reeves in that show, he had some creative changes. So a little bit harder to make creative adjustments after it's baked into the shot. So. So on the top right, that's one of the shots that I worked on. It was basically in this building structure. They had practically built the floor and the ceiling and the columns, but outside the Gotham City, that was 100% basically a digital cyclorama, and then placed inside of Unreal Engine and rendered out. And that was based. I believe it was based on London, New York City, and Chicago. Actually, the environment itself is not an Unreal Engine 3D asset. It's a 2D cyclorama, but rendered out through Unreal Engine. So just a little video here about what it looks like in practice. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. Actually, yeah, I can't see it there. So there's a few other attempts that have been made to bridge and like do crossover between games and film and TV. So this director Neil Blomkamp, you might have heard of him. He did District 9. He's got a studio out in Vancouver. It's called Oats Studios, and they have attempted to do real-time rendering for film and TV. So basically, in their case, they were using Unity and running motion capture into a Unity environment, and then rendering that out in an offline way through a compositing step. The impetus for doing that is changing a little bit these days. There was a big drive to use real-time renderers, but I think we'll talk about it a bit later, but especially now with like DLSS and like GPU rendering, the need for real-time offline rendering is not really there. Yeah, so this is a clip from Oat Studio. I don't know if it's gonna play. There. Yeah, so it looks, I would say it looks pretty good, but it still kind of looks like a video game. But in that context, it would look great. But for film and TV, we really want unbiased results. So heading into more recent times, using a hybrid approach. And actually, this is what we're using at NIFA. So we use offline rendering and then machine learning denoisers to take our kind of low samples into more finessed results without spending a lot of time. Yeah. So 3 different approaches, fully GPU accelerated, so that would be like redshift and optics rendering. There's other alternatives like using biased renderers like Blender Cycles. They're a little bit faster, but you can kind of tell, and they look a little bit short of fully unbiased. This is technology that we use in film, TV is called NVIDIA Optics. It's basically it's a sample interpolator. So you can put in a very low sample render, and it will spit out something that looks significantly better. So big reduction in time and cost. The latest one is, I don't know if you guys have probably seen it, but it's called DLSS from NVIDIA. It's a new tech that interpolates both pixels and rays. So you get a huge 2.5x frames per second game. I believe this was intended for games, but we are starting to see it crop up in film and TV as well. A new one is Gaussian splats. I'm sure you guys have heard of Gaussian splats. So this is another kind of machine learning tech. Basically, you can convert images into these blurry points in space that when they converge, they sort of converge into a believable image. We're seeing this being integrated into visual effects workflows. They're a little bit different because there's no mesh, no UVs, there's no textures. Each point has its own color depending on the angle that it's being viewed at. 2 years ago, I worked on a hybrid visual effects project called Next Stop Paris, and so we used a mixture of different AI approaches, and one of them was Gaussian splats for assets. So traditionally, you would model this kind of stuff with polygons, but in our case, we captured them. And so here's a little clip of some of that in action. Yeah, so we're actually able to capture some of those assets and then crop them out in 3D and then place them into the scene and then render them as assets. Yeah. So yeah, a few the emerging stack, like where things I see are heading, is a mixture of all. So in terms of GPU rendering, so Redshift and Octane. We also have Arnold and a few other ones that use GPU acceleration for casting more rays more quickly. AI denoising, so casting fewer rays but cleaning it up after the fact. And then using captured environments through Gaussian splatting. And finally, using world models and using that to generate full environments. So here we are in 2026 at the frontier. I'm sure there'll be a lot of talks about AI, so I don't want to overwhelm on that, but it's a little bit unavoidable. So a world model is, I don't know if you've seen Google Genie or some of these other ones, but they're AI models that are playable. There's some interesting implications for games, but I think the bigger implications are for creative front-loading. That was a big advantage that we saw in Next.Paris, where we were able to get director sign-off before we committed man-hours to completing the work. Here's just a little clip of this world model in action. It's a generated game, and you can actually control the camera and the character with your keyboard on the fly. So pretty interesting. It didn't work. Oh, it didn't work. That's okay. Yeah, so I think the bigger use case for AI, at least in creative industries, is prototyping, getting variations, and getting creative sign-off from stakeholders. In the past, it would be a lot of work, time, and effort, especially doing spec work, getting approvals and getting the ball rolling on certain things. So that was probably the biggest like real world use case advantage for AI, was just getting a yes from decision makers. I just want to talk about the implications of that. I mean, my view on it personally is that it's okay to use AI, but only up to a certain extent where you don't lose authorship, and where the materials are inputs, not outputs. So inputs on your own creative process, but not direct outputs that are passed on to audiences. So used as an input or a refiner, not as a replacement for our workflows. Yeah, key takeaway is authorship has to stay human. So that's the end of my talk. I guess if you have any questions, I can stick around for a bit and I'll take it from there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's a great unicorn success for Kazakhstan, so it's really great to see. Yeah, no, it's I think, like I said before, like AI has a place, but it has to be as an input. So I think the big thing is resonance. If there's not sufficient human authorship into a creative work, I feel like the audience resonance and the cultural resonance is just not there. You can kind of think about that in terms of, like if you think about that movie Star Wars, you have this character C-3PO, and he's treated with total deference because he's a machine. And I think the same thing with cultural works. If the cultural work is created by a machine, it's impossible to care about it. But it doesn't mean these tools like Higgsfield can't be part of our process, and just another tool that we use to get to our vision and to say the thing that we want to say through it. So that's what I'd say. But yeah, like I said, it's very good to see the success of Higgs field here in Kazakhstan. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. I think education is absolutely critical. I say to my students that, like at NIFA, we're not a software school. I don't teach, we do of course cover a little bit of software, but I think a lot of people think the idea of like film school and even like education is that it's purely technical and you're just learning buttons or like which software to use and so on, or how to use a certain software. But it goes a lot further beyond that. So I think the main one for education, in-person education, is networking. So the class will become the future professional network of all students. And beyond that, it's, especially now, as things are changing so fast, it's more about I think moving away from being like technical and being 100% focused on taste and agency. And I think really those are probably two most important skills to develop going forward, is how to like have good taste, especially if we're involved with art, and how to develop and express your own taste with agency. So but yeah, really I think the role of education is changing, but it's still extremely important. Yeah. In the back.
Good day, all of you. I would like to ask, but first of all, thank you for your speech, for your experience and insights. So you mentioned about being composing. Well, let's just say you work with AI and mixing 3D rendering. So I have a question: how quality assurance works with 3D rendering and AI when you work on cinema?
Like how does 3D rendering work in the context of cinema?
No, I mean quality assurance.
Oh, like quality? I'm sorry, I don't really understand.
I mean how you wrap up the quality part in your projects.
Oh, like how do we do quality checking?
Yes.
Or, yeah, oh yeah. It's really laborious. So on a high-end feature film, the expectation for quality is extremely high. We get down to pixel level detail. In fact, even the grain structure is analyzed. And most studios have automated tools that check like the noise, the grain structure on the image and make sure it's preserved. The idea is, at least for visual effects, we want, especially if it's a compositing role where we're dealing with on-set photography, we want our visual effects to appear as if it was shot on the day and embedded into the footage with total accuracy. So we check for things like light direction, intensity, color, contrast ratios, edges. Everything has to be one-to-one, exactly with the real footage. So that is, I think it's the same thing with any creative process. You start with a broad brush. Like a painting, you start with a large brush and you work your way down to smaller and smaller, finer details. And it's really a 80-20 rule, so you end up spending 80% of your time on the last 20% of quality improvement to get it to that final level. And it's definitely something to get used to. It feels like the image is technically done, but I do believe that audiences feel that when an artist puts in a lot of heart and soul into really refining a product, maybe they can't see that work, but they can absolutely feel the effort and the quality that goes into it. So yeah, great question. And I think it's probably the same for games. You see things like Rockstar where they put an insane amount of effort, putting a lot of fine details that perhaps most players will not experience. But the fact that they're there brings us a certain resonance to the product. Absolutely. Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I know for Next Up Paris, we use Luma Labs. So it's a web app that basically you can upload your photos. It will generate the Gaussian splat for you. In the most recent version of Nuke, which is our visual effects compositing software, it has built-in Gaussian splat rendering. And it just becomes a scene asset. So it would live alongside polygons and other types of geometry like voxels, etc. That's for offline rendering, and as far as I'm aware, I believe Unity has a real-time renderer for Gaussian splats, but I know there's a number of libraries out there that can handle it. It just needs a camera and a splat. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really interesting, and I think the main use case for Gaussian splats, because the lighting is baked in, you can't cast shadows or change the lighting. The use case application is for static lighting and static assets. There's some interesting stuff with 4D Gaussian splats where it encodes animation, but there are some problems with temporal stability where from frame to frame you can see some inconsistencies. But I imagine in a couple of years we'll have temporally coherent real-time or playable Gaussian splats, and I think that could open up some really interesting applications for games, especially like, I mean, one thing might be like caching like an explosion asset, for example, which would be really hard to render with a voxel, but you could put that into your game and get a really nice result. Just the main advantage of Gaussian splats is that they render instantly. You can have huge scenes, and the lighting is baked in as well, the reflections, etc. So it's a really exciting technology, and it's very interesting to see where it's going with games and as well with film and TV. Yeah. In the back.
Hello. I want to ask a strange question, of course. Will you work on the second part of Batman?
Will I work on the next one?
Yes.
Maybe. I'll see what happens. Yeah, it was a fun project.
I just was shocked that you are working on the first part of the Batman. So, did you meet James Gunn, the producer?
No, I didn't. Usually, in post-production, the principal photography is already wrapped by the time that we start post. So the directors may not be even that involved. It's usually handed off to the visual effects supervisor, and they'll be involved very peripherally, I will say. Yeah.
I mean, how was your experience while you were working on the first part of this movie?
Yeah, it was great. I worked on it during COVID, so it was the beginning of working remotely, and so I had to stay in like a COVID quarantine hotel for a while and get set up that way. But yeah, it was a really nice experience. I enjoyed it. Really, with any movie that, like for Warner Brothers, etc., the quality is extremely high. So it was nice to basically perfect some of the work there. Yeah.
Thanks.
And yes, we are moving forward to our next session, which is about gamification and learning. Please stay tuned. And I'm very happy and excited to welcome our first speaker, who is not only our student of Kazakh-British Technical University, she is also an alumna of our mutual program with UNICEF on gamification. Milana Pak will tell us about SDT theory, self-determination theory, and gamification. Please welcome Milana.
Hello, everyone. Really happy to see you all here. My name is Milana, and today I will present my research on gamification. But I would like to see my presentation. Okay. So the topic of my research is how gamification rewards shape motivation. And we will take a look at it through a self-determination theory perspective. So before we begin, I would like to ask you, how many of you have used Duolingo to learn any language? Maybe English, maybe German. Can you raise your hand? Oh, I see a lot of hands. Okay. You know, in September, I started learning German language on Duolingo. And, you know, I was planning my exchange semester abroad. I wanted to go to Germany. And so I thought it would be a nice idea to learn German a bit. And so I started doing Duolingo. At first, I felt really engaged. You know, you unlock a lot of new characters, you do your levels, you learn a lot of new words. I even had a copybook. I wrote down all of the words. I did the grammar structure. So I was really determined to learn German. But 2 months in, I kind of realized that I'm not that into Duolingo. I just started doing lessons just for the sake of doing it. I wasn't really interested in learning the language anymore. I just wanted to win in leaderboards. I wanted to have a lot of XP. I wanted to earn badges, but honestly, I wasn't really sure about continuing to learn German language anymore. And so I started asking myself, was I truly learning because I was still curious about the language, or because I didn't want to lose my streak? And this small psychological shift is that's what's kind of inspired me to do this research. And so today we will talk about it throughout the whole presentation. This is my agenda. We will talk about some theoretical framework. We will take a look at one of the most popular psychological theories as on why gamification is not always important. Also some literature review. We will do some analysis. We will also discuss how gamification can be improved because it's not really perfect, as you can see. And we will talk about some conclusion. First of all, why this topic even matters? Why we have to talk about gamification and how it affects us? I have to start off by saying that gamification is everywhere. You have definitely seen it in not only Duolingo, but maybe some financial platforms, fitness apps, or even marketing. It is really crucial. Actually, gamification is quite a new term. It appeared in around 2010, so it's not really an old term, but it is crucial to kind of see the difference between gamification and entertainment games. You see, I added some Tetris because Tetris is an entertainment game, an example of entertainment game. You can also see World of Warcraft because it's typical entertainment game. Duolingo and Kahoot are examples of gamification. So you see, you're learning, but it's just a gamified way of learning. You do some boring things through gamification, which is really crucial. I'm sorry, this is actually my very first time giving a speech, and I'm quite nervous. Let's talk about some types of rewards in gamification. Well, as some of you played Duolingo before, I think you know that you can earn XP, you can earn streaks, gems, and crowns. This is all what kind of comprises gamification. You do something because all of these types of rewards, they kind of motivate you and they kind of inspire you to continue learning the language, and it just motivates you, you know? But these mechanisms are really powerful. But the psychological theory that we will talk about today is that it suggests that rewards can change not just how much we act, but also why we act. So Before we begin talking about my psychological theory, let's talk about motivation. Because there are different types of motivation, and it's crucial to discuss them. Because motivation is basically what makes us do something. We can talk about amotivation. It's a lack of interest, so you have no intentionality in doing something. You can also have extrinsic motivation. This is what gamification is primarily about. Because extrinsic motivation makes you do something, and you have a separable outcome. So you do your tasks, you do your lessons on Duolingo, and obviously you get some kind of rewards like XP, streaks, or badges. It's extrinsic motivation. But if we talk about intrinsic motivation, it's something that you do just because you inherently want this to do. It's something that kind of inherently motivates you, and you have your own goals or maybe your own pursuits, and that's why you want to do something for the sake of intrinsic motivation. So you're inherently motivated. Nothing is separately kind of like motivating you to do something. And I would like to talk about this self-determination theory. It was actually a very famous psychological theory. It was opened in around 2000s by two researchers, Deci and Ryan. Well, the main idea of their theory is that everything we do, everything that we do throughout our lives is because of intrinsic motivation. It's because we inherently want to do something by ourselves. And so research consistently shows that intrinsic motivation is associated with deeper learning, greater creativity, more persistence, and better psychological well-being. That's why today we will focus on how to inherently motivate ourselves to do something. What does SDT primarily consist of? So if we talk about the psychological theory, it states that if you want to be motivated throughout your whole life, it's important to have these three elements maintained in your life, which are competence, autonomy, and relatedness. When we talk about competence, we want to see that people need to do something in order to feel some kind of mastery, or you probably know that when you're good at something, when you do something and you feel mastery, you feel that you're good at it, it creates a sense of competence. So you know that you're good at something. When we talk about autonomy, it means that people oftentimes want to do decisions by themselves. They don't want others to influence their decisions. It's important that no one is affecting your decisions and that you're in control of your own life. We will also talk about this in the scene of gamification. Relatedness relates to the fact that people always kind of need to feel a sense of companionship. We as human beings always want to be surrounded by people, especially those who support us, kind of promote our values, and just overall just support us on a basic level. So relatedness is also a really big part of gamification. So how does this theory overall apply to the process of gamification? You see, here you can see some game elements. So game dynamics and game components. Everything that you do on Duolingo, you earn XP, you earn badges, you win in leaderboards, you unlock new characters and levels. It's all about game dynamics and game components. So it does not create the learning outcome, but it kind of motivates you to, again, open this app and learn a language, complete the lessons. Psychological mediators is what we just talked about. You want to feel that you're mastering the language, you want to feel that you're competent and you're good enough, and no one is actually forcing you to learn the language. You're yourself wanting to do this. And the outcome is basically the learning itself and obviously motivation. So this is basically the whole implementation framework of this theory. I did some literature review, and I think it's important to mention that there are not many researchers out there. I didn't find many good empirical studies that found how Duolingo overall suggests that they're effective for learning the language. But I found this really interesting paper. It's called Why Gamification Spoils Your Learning. And they asked around 40, they did 40 in-depth interviews. They also analyzed 30,000 forum posts. And they basically asked real-life users of Duolingo how gamification affects them, and overall if they're enjoying the language learning process. This is, I think, a paper from one of the Hong Kong universities, and the results were quite interesting to me, because from my perspective, gamification brought more negative consequences rather than positive ones. the researchers unveiled something called gamification misuse. Because over time, users that used Duolingo didn't really find any joy in learning the language. They just wanted to, again, win in leaderboards, compete with their friends, maintain their streak, but they didn't really feel any kind of passion for the language. And when I continued learning German language, from my own perspective, I also felt that I wasn't really involved in learning the language anymore. I was more interested in just completing Duolingo lessons for the sake of completing them. You see, some active and passive reasons are mentioned there, because people can feel competitiveness, overindulgence in playfulness, challenging the system. You see, you don't really see the value in learning the language anymore when you're way involved in gamified language. You're more involved in kind of like achieving these external goals, but not inherently for the sake of learning language. I also added a small quote here because people actually shared their own real examples of how they are not satisfied with learning the language on Duolingo. Also, some passive reasons were mentioned, because Duolingo uses dark patterns to make you stay on the app longer. So obviously, a lot of negative outcomes were investigated. But you know, it's really easy to complain how gamification kind of like drains us. You want to complete the tasks for the sake of completing them. You just want to maintain the streak. But a lot of users actually offered their design implications, their design solutions on how to improve the gamification. And I think the most interesting part for me there was one of the comments mentioned that the gamification schemes should be optional. So I think essentially it means that sometimes when you learn the language, you do not need to be entertained all the time. I think it's quite redundant. Some users mentioned that they just wanted to learn the language without any kind of external achievements or external rewards. They were much more interested in just learning the language itself and going through this hard process. So sometimes gamification is not even crucial when you're learning or doing something. It's quite important to, you know, kind of involve yourself in this hard process. Also, the diversity of learning scenarios should also be considered, because if you know, on Duolingo you have to complete your daily streak and you're building up your streak, but not for all people this is quite convenient. And also leaderboards should consider users' compatibility. You know, when you're competing with someone at level 50 and you're only at level 5, it kind of creates a very imbalanced competence, so I think that's also kind of crucial. Well, we took a look at gamification and we discussed how it affects the learning process. I think when I was reading all of the papers and I was kind of researching the whole topic, at first I kind of got biased and I thought that gamification could only bring negative solutions or negative outcomes. Because as you can see, when you start learning the language, you're kind of involved, you really want to learn the language, you're inherently motivated. After some time, you realize that you're not really interested anymore. Unlocking new levels doesn't feel as interesting, and you don't want to fight for the streak, and you're not interested in earning XP. I think it's really difficult to sustain intrinsic motivation in the long run. That's why apps like Duolingo kind of like extrinsically motivate you to earn XP, to earn money, or win in leaderboards. I think in the long run, it's really important to sustain not the motivation, but discipline itself. So you have to be disciplined to kind of like continue learning the language. And, you know, gamification approach should focus on supporting all of the 3 elements that we talked about, which are competence, relatedness, and autonomy. I think achieving mastery, being related to other people, you know, sharing the sense of community that also learns the language with you, does not compete with you, is really crucial. So, yeah, I think that's it for my presentation. Thank you so much for the attention. Thank you so much for the question. I think even though I achieved to come to some preliminary findings, and I want to keep working on this paper, I'm thinking of maybe researching even more theoretical literature and also finding more empirical studies, because I couldn't find as much good literature as I wanted to. So yeah, I think I will still be working on this paper and maybe even apply for other conferences with this paper. So yeah, I think I will be focusing more on empirical studies to kind of evolve this paper.
Hello. As you said, the gamification should also build a discipline. Can you say more about that? And also, I wanted to ask that you said gamification should be optional, but if gamification is optional, but rewards are tied to it, is it truly optional? Like, how do you prevent a participation gap between those who play and those who don't? If you understand my question.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Thank you so much for the question. I think that gamification schemes should be optional only when the user itself wants it to be optional. At first, of course, you're inherently motivated and you want to learn the language just because you have your own goals and your own maybe values for that. But then when you kind of get tired from learning the language, you want to have some extrinsic rewards for for learning the language. And I think gamification schemes should be optional only when you kind of realize you're getting tired, and not only getting tired, but you're just motivated for the sake of earning something extrinsically, but you don't want to learn the language itself. Because as I have mentioned before, some people mentioned that they were learning the language, but they weren't interested in doing it anymore. They just wanted to earn badges and streaks, but at the end of the day, their goal was to learn the language, right? So I think if they want to learn the language, they should keep doing that without the gamification. Because learning the language itself is a very difficult process. I don't think it should be really simplified. Learning any kind of language is difficult, and when you're simplifying it through gamification, it can actually make your kind of like journey easier, and so you don't put in as much effort, and so overall it just doesn't make sense, because at the end you don't learn the language. So yeah, I hope I answered your question. I got the question, thank you. I think to make the gamification process a bit less annoying, there should be some form of personalization. So, for example, when you go to Duolingo, there's pretty much no personalization. You just start learning the language and you just kind of unlock levels and earn badges. But if there was some sort of personalization or like customization for everyone, I think it would be much more effective, because not everyone wants to do daily streaks, not everyone wants to compete in leaderboards. Sometimes you just want to learn the language without all of these gamification rewards. And so I think there should be some sort of personalization. And I think Duolingo should already kind of consider it, because a lot of people log off and just lose their streak, stop learning the language, because just the format of the learning is not really suitable for them. So I think that there should be some sort of personalization. I think Duolingo should kind of maybe add that to their app and make sure that everyone has their own needs and they should be kind of adaptable to the Duolingo app. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed the information you shared with us. As an observer with some gamification experience, I have a question. Besides the technological stuff, what do you think will be the most important human issue in gamification? Like how gamification influence on the social skills and etc.?
I think the biggest problem of gamification is sustaining motivation, sustaining some sort of inner motivation. Because as we have talked before, I myself started learning German on Duolingo, and I was inherently motivated. As I have mentioned, I wanted to do the semester abroad in Germany, and so I wanted to learn the language for myself. But you know, after some time later, I realized that I'm not as interested in learning the language anymore. So I lost all of my inner motivation. I think I'm only motivated right now because I want to do my daily streak. I have like a 150-day streak, and I don't want to lose it. I also have streaks with my friends, and so I also don't want to lose it. But I think in the long run, it's really important to know how to sustain your inner motivation. You have to remember why you started learning the language in the first place. So I think it's kind of crucial to learn and understand for game designers and maybe software engineers how to sustain that intrinsic motivation in the long run. So I think that's the biggest human issue. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
It is. Yeah, it's heavily based on rewards, and I also don't think that Duolingo is a great example of gamification, because there are so many rewards and you always strive to earn them, but at the end of the day you're not learning the language anymore. You just want to compete for the leaderboards and XP. So yeah. Yeah. I think it's important to mention, was Blueprints like an entertainment game or just gamified? Oh. Oh, because I've never heard of it. But I think, yeah, your point is great, because gamification is not only about XP or maybe leaderboards. I think a good example of gamification could be Khan Academy, if you heard of it. Because you don't earn like a lot of XP, you're not overstimulated by earning badges or winning in leaderboards. You're much more focused on learning the content itself. So I think Khan Academy is a really great example of gamification, but not Duolingo. But since Duolingo is like the most important format, I decided to include it in my presentation. But yeah, thank you. You see, like, I think it's quite confusing as to understanding whether I'm continuing my Duolingo lessons just because I want to learn the language or just because I don't want to lose my streak. Because at first, I think we're all inherently motivated to learn the language, right? Because we have our own interests and values. But I think as we come down the line, we invite our friends to also start learning the language, and we're not as intrinsically motivated. We have some external goals like supporting streaks, and I think there is a very small difference in, I mean, not a small difference, but I think it's really difficult to kind of distinguish right now if I'm actually learning the language because I really want to learn the German language or because I'm interested in keeping in touch with my friends. I think when you're kind of holding the streak with your friends and maintaining it, it's also a part of your friendship, you know, because you kind of let each other know that you're keeping in touch and you're doing this streak thing. So I think it's a very difficult question to answer because not even my theory kind of fully answers the question that you asked. But I think, yeah, it's really difficult to sustain this intrinsic motivation of learning the language. You're much more likely to do this for the sake of rewards and leaderboards.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello everyone, my name is Larionova Anastasia, and I am first year master student at KBTU, and also I CEO and manager Almaty Games. This is game development studio or company, and I'm very interested in and currently studying gamification in education. And yeah, digital environments. And firstly, let's start with the challenge, because most discussion on gamification is theoretical, and in practice, implementing gamification in higher education, it's very difficult because it's complicated due to systematic inertia and curriculum rigidity. And yeah, my work focuses on bridging for this gap. And today I present Achievement Surfers. This is a gamified 3D runner designed for exam preparation across various disciplines, various courses, or various institutions. And my goal is to show how an engineering approach to gamification can strengthen student-centered learning through low-friction software integration. And the goal is to integrate interactive learning into courses without changing the curriculum. And next, this is research context. And we have problem because modern higher education remains structurally conservative. And yeah, full reform of curricula is unrealistic. But however, new generation students expect immediate feedback, interactivity, more fun, and a visible sense of progress. and we cannot change the entire education system at once. But we can introduce flexible digital tools that do not require changes to the curriculum or institutional structure. And also we have gamification, is the integration of game mechanics and game elements into a non-game context and into education. And for example, in software engineering education, gamification is most often applied in learning, testing, and software quality assurance. And also we have another examples, for example, gamification and specific disciplines. For example, in entrepreneurship, the game, The Paradox of Theron, helps develop decision-making skills. In programming, game-based project increase students' self-efficiency and more projects. In mathematics, for example, an endless runner built also in Unity significantly increased interest in learning fractions among school students. And for example, the OneUp platform reduces the failure rate in data structure courses. And for example, last, critical thinking game improved reasoning skills. And yeah, we have another examples. This is very more examples. But prior subject specifics project demonstrate effectiveness, but each was tied to a single courses or single model and requiring considerable effort from instructors. And yeah, still the problem remains. Traditional tests are perceived as very boring and maybe stressful for students. And students lose concentrations during long preparation for exam or test. And yeah, the current gap, there are few tools that can be applied across courses, across modules or disciplines without significant structural changes while maintaining measurable learning outcomes. And yeah, Achievement Surface builds on this work and aiming to provide a scalable framework for this task and for multiple disciplines. Okay, we have main problem and main research question. Can a lightweight, gamified runner framework increase engagement and short-term learning outcomes across various courses, disciplines, and maybe institutions, compared to traditional preparation methods without altering the curriculum, yeah. And I have two hypotheses and two perspectives. First, about student perspective, increases engagement, encourages voluntary repetition, and improves perceived motivation. And also, two perspective, for instructor, it's about easy to use. Instructor upload these questions for your project or your models or course and provide to students. Reduces preparation burden for exams and tests and works without modifying courses structure. And yeah, let's take more information about achievement surfers. And I have two hypotheses and also including testing its impact on short-term and long-term knowledge retention. But today, at this stage, I present preliminary MVP and QA validation, but full controlled between group experiment is next, is planned later, yeah. And today, about Achievement Surfers. Achievement Surfers is a 3D person and educational runner with finite levels. I created this game and developed it in Unity engine. Why Unity engine? Because cross-platform, today I create builds for Windows, but next create for Mac and Mobile Planet implementation. And why the runner game? The runner game was chosen because constant movement creates cognitive tension and a flow state. And you can view in the screen, this is main menu. We have coins and accounts, shops, settings, and badges. And I have more mechanics with automatic forward movement. But because this is not PPTX, you can't view or screenshots or videos. But I speak about this. We have mechanics, for example, automatic forward movement for lanes, and also we have obstacles. Rotation questions, objects collected during the run, and next final answer, submission at level end. Each level maps have model with 10 or 10 more questions. And why and what innovation? Innovation, this is pre-ship into automatic level generation. For example, instructor uploads CSV or Excel in the future with topics, questions, answers, options, and maybe correct answer, and badge rarity. And system generates scriptable objects, creates the level activities analytics with this question. And this is the lightweight integration model. And game mechanics includes lives, coins, achievements, statistics, reply value, shop, and other. And built-in analytics track accuracy, time, retries, progress, life usage, shells, and other. And yes, this is architecture based on scriptable object, event-driven logic, modular level segments, object pooling analytics, first design, and other. And today, because I have only MVP, but I created forums. And before conducting the controlled experiments, it was necessary to validate stability, clear instructions, mechanics, UI UX, interface readability, and no critical bugs. And yeah, QA testing was performed 45 university students. And you can view in the presentation. This is results, and we have questions, how often do you play video games? And overall rating, high engagement, 7 out of 10. And next statistics, about more than 70% reported improved short-term memorization, and the majority are ready to use the game for exam preparation. And yeah, how stable was the game? Okay, this is an MVP version, and the main goal of this stage is to validate the concept and hypothesis, and not final polishing, but in the future, Alamid Games create this game with very beautiful UI UX, levels, and others. And yeah, I identified MVP limitations. For example, because build only Windows and no Mac and mobile version. Maybe we have problems with jump delays, UI errors, and button hitbox issues, and other. But students create user suggestions. For example, firstly, answer gates. The player physically runs through the correct option. Next, this is collecting letters of the correct answer, for example, Subway Surfers, increases attention and removes the static test window, and maybe create mini games inside the runner. inviting correct team, correct statements, timer, maybe battle with incorrect blocks, and other. And yes, chess elements creates time, pressure, and emotional intensity. And also suggestions for the game, it's character skins, main coin shop, more levels, also music, leaderboard, creates Mac and mobile version, and more beautiful UI, and create tutorial for game. And also all these items created in the future. But today I have hypothesis, and next create action with data and insight. This is Heidi cycle. And future design is quasi-experimental between two group study. And tests in the future non-graded. But also we have two group. First group about control group. We have traditional materials for preparation, and plus Google Forms in the end. And next group, this is experimental group, this is game achievement surfers, and the same final test. And next, in the future, we have metrics, quantitative and qualitative. In quantitative, it's accuracy, completion time, replays, because game is repetition, and page progression and retries. And for quality, it's interviews, observation, engagement surveys, and instructor feedback. Okay, because we have two hypotheses, we have two action, and have experimental verification. Firstly, about instructor hypothesis, we have goal test whether the system simplifies exam preparation and reduces workload, and non-changes curriculum and other information in university. And the system makes exam preparation easier for instructors, allows uploading questions in the game and providing them to students, require no course modifications, reduce workload for example preparation. And metrics to test hypothesis, this is preparation time compared to traditional methods, and easy of use. Instructor interview, effectiveness, student performance compared to control group, and also have conclusion. This is verifies whether the system reduces workload or simplifies exam preparation. And next hypothesis, this is about student hypothesis, and also have goal test is the runner increase engagement, motivation, and short-term learning outcomes. This is hypothesis about a modular gamified software environment increases engagement, voluntary repetition, and perceived motivation. And experimental verification is for engagement, it's surveys, observation, and game activity logs. For voluntary repetition, it's number of repeated levels questions in game. And for motivation, self-assessment questionnaires. And conclusion is show whether gamified format improves exam preparation and knowledge retention. Okay, and we have expected contributions. It's methodological contribution, integration of software architecture and gamification, engineering approach to educational research. It's academic contribution because runner-based educational model, practical gamification framework, and analytics-driven design. And also practical contribution, it's about no curriculum change required, spreadsheets, easy upload, and automatic level generation in game. And what's the next? I'm currently actively collecting research data. and because research quality depends on the quality of the data used. And to continue the study, I need samples from various disciplines and various institutions. And is an instructor among you interested in collaboration? You can instructor provide questions and student data when I provide the ready runner framework game. And yeah, the perspective is collecting diverse data from different disciplines, the disciplines testing long-term effects. And yeah, let's make learning existing. And thank you very much. You can view my contact in QR. This is LinkedIn and Telegram for collaborative. I uploaded your game and framework. And okay, thank you very much. Да, я немножечко на русский перейду, извините. Вы также можете задать вопросы, так что я открыта полностью для обсуждения. И после как раз-таки выступления на кофе-брейке вы можете подойти ко мне, я также предоставлю визитки для того, чтобы связаться со мной.
Hello, I have two questions. First one, where do you draw a line of, for example, healthy engagement and dopamine loop? Like, how can you prevent the Duolingo thing that other lecturers said, that people would be more interested in badges and rewards rather than learning? And the second question is it a game on the first place or educational platform? Like, what if student finds the game not fun, but he will exceed at exams? Will this project will be successful? Like, is it successful in this scenario?
This is game for preparation and repetition materials for students, and it's not uses for exam and maybe for test. And do you have questions now?
No, the first question was about the Duolingo thing, that people are more interested in streaks and badges rather than learning, and how can you prevent that happening? Because it is a game and uses the gamification, and games are addictive.
Yes, this is game also have badges and maybe in the future leaderboards. Или я не так правильно поняла вопрос?
Ну, я имею в виду то, что как можно сделать engagement more healthy, чем, ну, блин, я не знаю, как на русском. Ну ладно.
I have a question more like about the finance. Because maybe if you know, a few months ago, the scandal with game runner game for a Kazakh language, yeah, 200 million just gone from a budget.
This is same game, yeah.
Yeah, and I have a question like, how much it will cost like for develop and distribute your project if the research will be successful?
Because in the why different this is game for, yeah.
Сколько будет стоить разработать и потом распространить игру?
0 points because this is academic researcher and no million, no money.
Okay.
And yeah, target audience is students and students in higher education. For example, firstly, implementing this in KBTU for new educational program with game, and maybe in the future collaboration with another instructor, another teacher or institutions for implementing this game, because this is not about work with game for real exam. This is for preparation and maybe play when we have questions and also correct answer, and repetitions. This is materials. Oh yes, this is very interesting question and interesting vision. And yeah, maybe in the future I learn more about these situations. And next, in the maybe next conference, I answer for this question. Sorry. Thank you. Вот почему там было дуолинго, sorry. Я пыталась связать дуолинго именно как он тоже имеет такие же механики в игре. Я могу ответить так, что здесь более направленная как раз-таки игра для подготовки, чем гнаться за лидербордами и бейджами. Они скорее дополнительные механики для того, чтобы, если люди действительно хотят, то они могут получить бейджики, к примеру, ответить правильно на все вопросы. Для этого необходимо как раз-таки повторить материал, необходимо его изучить. И, скорее всего, эта игра будет для студентов, которые хотят именно повторить материал более интересно, чем традиционными способами. И мне кажется, у данной target audience не будет как раз-таки главной изначальной цели это получить бейджики, а именно повторить материал и подготовиться. довольно интересный момент как раз-таки для подготовки. Да, очень важно понимать именно критическое мышление, а не только заучивание каких-то терминов, годов там, или еще чего-либо. И пока что на данном этапе, который имеем MVP с прототипом, данное не предусмотрено, то есть подобные вопросы пока не могут быть имплементированы, потому что они имеют только 4 правильных варианта ответа. Возможно, может как-то подумать от идей студентов, которые давали после QA, какие-то варианты добавления других мини-игр или добавления каких-то других способов ответов на вопросы, может быть, какие-то дополнительные элементы, но пока в данном случае оно не предусмотрено, но в будущем обязательно, возможно, может быть. Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you to speakers of our first section. Thank you for all your interesting questions. I already see how this can continue into discussions at the coffee break. Please stay with us. At the coffee break area, we actually also have showcase of video games from around the region. There are games from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. Please try them. Some of these games are engaged in research activities, so your data, your feedback will be really important for our research. So yes, please enjoy your talks, enjoy your games, and we'll see you back in here in 40-ish minutes, okay? Thank you. Ребятки, потихоньку собираемся в зале. Буквально через 5 минут мы начнем снова. You can take these few minutes to take your seats. Make sure you are comfortable. And we continue with section 2 at 1 p.m.
Раз. Так. Сәлем баршаңызға. Біртіндеп бастай берсек болады. Всем привет. Давайте потихоньку начинать. Все, кто в залу, прошу присоединиться в зал. Мы начинаем вторую секцию. Окей. Okay. So we can start the second section. So welcome to the second session on the game development, technology and player analysis. My name is Nazam and I'll be moderating this session today. And we have an exciting lineup of speakers for today. And we will start with Mikhail Gerasimov, our first speaker. He's a master's student and tutor at Kazakh-British Technical University. And his research topic is radiance cascades compared to Unity standard global illumination methods, a cross-genre benchmark study and assessment of practical applicability. So let's start.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gerasimov Mikhail. And as you heard, my presentation topic, my research topic is the radiance cascades compared to open Unity global illumination techniques, dynamic global illumination techniques. This is the cross-genre benchmark assessment. So first of all, a little bit about myself. Already told about me that I am the 3D and technical artist at Almaty Game Studio, and also the KBTU master student and a tutor. And as my dissertation topic for master thesis, I study radiance cascades itself. So I have quite of experience using it. Then the main motivation of my research is that sometimes game developers need to create the dynamic scenes, dynamic levels, where either the scene itself is dynamic or the scene contains some dynamic light. For example, emissive objects, light that can move, then can change its intensity, and so on. And in this environment, there is almost no way to create natural-looking light without using dynamic global illumination. And even though there are several already existing dynamic global illumination approaches, they are totally different in their philosophy in terms of how do they work. So there is clearly uncertain how to pick which technology to pick when you start to create your own game. And there is already several researchers, actually I found two, comparing several dynamic GI technologies. The first one compares global illumination based on radiance cascades with global illumination based on voxel cone tracing technology. But this research is not applicable for Unity URP because radiance cascades were implemented at Unity URP, University Render Pipeline, Universal Render Pipeline, not very long ago. And the voxel cone tracing for now is not openly accessible for URP. It could be bought, for example, for something like $100, and it is not openly accessible. And the second research was comparing RSM, LPV, voxel cone tracing, and screen space global illumination. But even though this research was conducted in 2022, and since technical artist's job and how the game dev industry rapidly develops, this research is kind of expired. So the main question is, since radiance cascades was recently ported to the Unity URP, we started I conduct research on is it actually applicable for some cases when you develop the game in Europe, and in which exact cases it is mostly the best looking and the best working approach. Then here are my evaluation methodology. Long story short, I created 3 different projects with 3 different environments that could be called as 3 different genres. The first one is realistic exterior, something related to first-person shooters where you have long distances, realistic environment, realistic lighting, and high performance need. The second project is the stylized top-down or isometric project, which actually was downloaded from Unity registry. It's the Unity registry developed by Unity team Tank Game. And the third one is isometric, but is not isometric, is stylized, but examining the indoor environment with lots of emissive objects, lots of dynamic emissive objects where you need to see the light near yourself, near the camera. So I created 3 different projects. I implemented 3 different global illumination techniques: radiance cascade, screen space global illumination, and embedded in Unity real-time light maps. And I created like the static camera rod, camera track, so the camera walks in the same way. So all the comparison has the same conditions. And then I compared not only performance, but also visual, some visual artifacts. How does it look? First of all, about performance. For isometric, you can see that there are several techniques compared. So the highest one with the highest FPS is NoGI, where you didn't implement any global illumination at all. This one, just to compare with others. Then you can clearly see that the most stable for isometric especially, but the most performance cost is screen space global illumination. And also the radiance cascades comes very close with real-time light map, but radiance cascades is a bit more stable, at least in isometric environment. Then about realistic environment. Here, almost the same trend, but really more instability, and you can see that screen space global illumination comes closer to real-time light map and radiance cascades. I'll tell you a bit later why is it so and why is it bad. And then about stylized. For the stylized, for the close environment where you come close to the light, there are really less stability, but still screen space global illumination looks very good. So let's go to the visual, the thing that can show more for you. Here I compared for isometric. The most applicable test case is several dynamic emissive objects. So as you can see, for real-time light maps, it doesn't bake at all any emissive light from dynamic objects. It can bake static objects, static emissive, but not dynamic. Radiance cascades looks quite good. And the screen space global illumination, you can't actually see here, but you will be able to see when you read my paper by yourself. It is not quite visible on this slide. First of all, it is clearly visible that the scene is more darker, but even though SSGI correctly shows the light from emissive objects, even from dynamic emissive objects when they are static, but since as screen space global illumination relies on previous frames, all emissive objects leaves light traces, so it is not very natural looks. Then for the realistic environment, the best visual appearance comes from real-time light maps. But even here we have one problem, that for real-time light maps, if we have the dynamic object, even if we try to pre-bake the map marking this dynamic object as static, somehow it breaks whole the light map. So we need to make the dynamic object not reliable to global illumination and somehow create its direct light by yourself. But other environment looks really great. Even for moving objects, it really works. It works really well with not emissive, but embedded in Unity light sources like point light, directional light, spotlight, and so on. For the radiance cascades, there are clear visual artifact that radiance cascades leaves some bloom effect on the spaces that are not need to have this effect actually. All reflective light somehow leaves this bloom effect and it works really bad. It looks kind of ugly, so it is better not to use radiance cascades in daylight. And for the screen space global illumination, previously I told you that on open environments, screen space took less performance. It was less performance heavy. And I'll tell you why. Because on open environment, since screen space uses only visual buffer, it can operate the reflections only from objects that camera sees. So here, camera sees less environment than it should be. It not operate the indirect light from environment that can be seen by the camera. So almost whole the map is totally black. So screen space GI can be applicable when you go close to the object and it will reflect the light from near objects, near other objects, but for the open environment it is totally useless. Then for the stylized environment where you go close to the object when you can see the light very close, there is still the problem with real-time light maps that it doesn't make dynamic objects, yes. But there are also still the problem with radiance cascades, and this problem can be seen from near distances. This problem shows some light leaks and visual noise that radiance cascades creates, since radiance cascades works the way like the closer you go, the less you see. And the farther you go, the more directions light works. And for screen space GI, actually, I could say that screen space GI across whole the video that you will see in attached document, across the whole test, screen space GI looked almost perfect, with one little thing that for the first frame, it uses noise. So couple first frames, like 2 or 3, look pretty noisy, and it doesn't appear good, but it is almost invisible when you try to play the game by yourself. So here are my perceptual quality assessment. I already told some bad things, some disadvantages of all these 3 technologies. Here I also marked them, how they affect actually on the visual. And then here is my recommendations for you. So radiance cascades looks the greatest when you see it from the farthest. It works really bad, really good with emissive objects, and it is mostly useful for this kind of stylized isometric environment. The screen space GI works really good with when you stay close to the object. And you can see it clearly in the video I will attach. And it will look really great, and it works really great in environments that are close, even if there is not the emissive objects, not the emissive light, but also the point light, the directional light, so you can create realistic scenes, but indoors. It will look really great. And still, screen space GI is kind of performance expensive, so you need to add some optimization to it. But at least when you use it in indoor environment, there is not too much the thing you load. You need to load only the room you're in, or at least some nearby rooms, that's all. And for the built-in real-time light maps, I could say that the best approach to use real-time light maps is just to think that real-time light maps is some kind of enhancement to the traditional light baking. Only if you have some lights that can change their intensity or embedded lights that can change their position, when you work only with these, real-time light maps will work great. They will look great. Still, you will have some issues with objects that are totally dynamic, so this scene can't be dynamic. But when this scene is static and light is dynamics, real-time light map is something must have. So here are some limitations of my work. Since I conducted research only on URP, there is plenty of technologies that you can assess by yourself if you want. You can try different engines. You can try HDRP, HD render pipeline. Also, I conducted research only in editor. I didn't build the project. But I think that evaluation of performance could be conducted in editor since we have the same environments, since we have same conditions, and we evaluate not the absolute value of FPS, we evaluate only the relativeness of which one is better, which one is worse, so it is kind of okay. And I think that's okay. That's all. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, tell me.
Вот у меня вопрос. Как вы находите баланс между реалистичным освещением и производительностью в игре? Типа, чтобы было и реалистично, и чтобы не так тяжело для компьютера.
В традиционном подходе чаще всего используется лайтбейкинг, конкретно технологии Real-Time GI, динамичного глобального освещения необходимо только тогда, когда сцена сама изменяется. И в таком случае как раз-таки это исследование и подразумевает то, как найти баланс, в какой сцене лучше всего это сделать. Если вы меня внимательно слушали, то можно заметить то, что вот новая, недавно появившаяся технология Radiance Cascades, она очень полезна, она очень хороша и в перформансе, и в визуале, если вы смотрите на immersive объекты издалека. Ну, в принципе, на point light объекты, на любые источники света, если на них смотреть издалека, Radiance Cascades достаточно эффективен и при этом выглядит реально хорошо. Если вы находитесь в indoor environment, то есть где-то в помещении, и вы не смотрите на объекты, которые находятся слишком далеко от вас, почти вся сцена может быть сразу перед вашими глазами, прекрасно и функционирует, и выглядит screen space illumination, то есть глобальное освещение, сделанное на основе пространства экрана. Вот как это можно перевести на русский.
А какую технику освещения вы считаете лучшей в принципе в целом? И какую вы используете в ваших проектах от Almaty Studios?
Это довольно хороший вопрос, но тут я могу сказать так. Нельзя оценивать техники освещения относительно друг друга в плане какая лучше, какая хуже. У данных техник освещения лучше их сравнивать в том, где она нужнее и в каких случаях она полезнее. Конкретно в проектах Almaty Games, по крайней мере в основном проекте, в котором я работаю сейчас, это... Можно говорить? Это Illusionary Manor. Он создается на Unreal Engine, и там технологий, как раз-таки, которых я в этой презентации рассказывал, нету. Но там есть замечательная технология Lumen, которая, в принципе, позволяет работать с динамическим освещением, выглядит достаточно хорошо. Она довольно тяжелая, она все еще требует доработок. Доработок в плане, что мы надеемся и ждем, когда Epic Games, создатели, собственно, движка, ее допилят, сделают ее более эффективной, но в принципе она работает хорошо, и просто стоит ее избегать там, где можно придерживаться обычного статичного запекания света, где позволяет запечь свет, где окружение статичное, лучше использовать это самый приятный, самый комфортный подход. В рамках проектов на Unity, в которых я работал, мы стараемся тоже использовать в основном запеченный свет, и пока что подключать системы глобального освещения в динамике просто не приходилось, потому что в основном сцены часто строятся статичными. Динамичное освещение нужно, когда у вас динамичные источники света и вы хотите реализм, или когда у вас сцена сама разрушабельна. Actually, I found the settings for light bounces, for the amount of light bounces, it was controllable. For the screen space GI and for the radiance cascades, I'm absolutely sure. For real-time light maps, I'm not totally sure. As I remember, it is, how to say, editable. And the most physically accurate, I could say that the most physically accurate is real-time light maps, but it is like the closest to static light baking. So static light baking needs some pre-computations. If you need to work with only the real-time, totally real-time, no pre-computations, no previous frames, I think the better approach is radiance cascade, since it actually traces slides with kind of optimized but kind of realistic way.
Если бюджет ограничен, какой GI-подход вы бы выбрали для инди-проекта и какие основные ошибки делают команды при выборе GI?
Конкретно в этой презентации я рассматривал подходы, которые абсолютно бесплатны, если что. То есть все подходы здесь, они либо в свободном доступе, то есть ScreenSpace GI, который я нашел, это open source проект. Radiance Cascades, изначально технология была разработана под CryEngine, это движок Pass of Exile 2. Я нашел порт Radiance Cascades под Unity, который сделан вроде как фанатом. То есть это нельзя сказать, что это прям создатель ее делал. Этот порт еще требует доработок, насколько я знаю, что он все еще в работе. В плане того, что он потихоньку апгрейдится. И в принципе, если брать real-time GI подходы, просто я бы советовал вам просто ориентироваться условно на эту презентацию. Какое у вас окружение, то и использовать. Оно все равно все бесплатное. А основные ошибки, я бы сказал то, что можно сделать ошибкой, в принципе, использовать какую-то вещь, которая очень performance-heavy на... Ну, как, например, использовать ScreenSpace Global Illumination. Он очень тяжелый. Как вы видели в презентации там на графиках, он в самом низу лежал, у него самый низкий FPS. ScreenSpace Illumination использовать не так выгодно, поэтому лучше его использовать только там, где сцена небольшая. Вот если использовать его на огромных пространствах, это и выглядит хуже, и работает хуже. Такие ошибки можно допустить. Ну, еще одна важная ошибка, которая может допустить начинающий разработчик, в том, что, условно посмотрев эту презентацию, он захочет сразу поставить себе Global Illumination, даже если у него сцена полностью статичная. Нужно понимать то, что динамическое глобальное освещение нужно тогда, когда изменяется сцена. Это важный нюанс. И это такой как бы узконаправленный ресерч.
Can I? Как вы видите будущее освещения? Может, можно будет с помощью ИИ это сделать более перформанс легче, чтобы можно было, может, упростить какие-то вычисления?
Поднятие вопросов с искусственным интеллектом — это, кстати, довольно хороший вопрос. Честно скажу, из того, что я изучил на данный момент, ИИшку уже потихоньку внедряют в использование real-time GI. именно динамического глобального освещения, но ее используют в основном для денойзинга. Что такое денойзинг? У вас, если глобальное освещение получилось не совсем качественно и получились некие визуальные артефакты, визуальный шум. Почему это иногда происходит? Условно просчитывается отражающий свет. Свет может в разных точках отражаться в разных направлениях. Это не всегда равномерно распределено, потому что мы оптимизируем и просчитываем не идеально каждый фотон. И уже сглаживание такой шумной картинки используется через яишку. Но просто предсказать освещение с помощью искусственного интеллекта — это уже достаточно тяжело. Как человек, который изучал, в принципе, искусственный интеллект в плане генерации видео и картинок, я могу сказать то, что видео, например, сейчас генерировать — это настолько трудоемкий процесс, что в стендалон моделях на каком-нибудь 50-90 генерировать видео, которое длится 3 секунды в среднем качестве, типа 720p, это уже может занять условно 3 часа. То есть это пока что слишком тяжелый процесс для того, чтобы его внедрять как напрямую создание света. Как оптимизацию — да, как напрямую создание — точно нет.
Спасибо.
Thanks for your attention.
So our next speaker, second speaker, is Damir Kuljabai. He's a master's student and tutor at Kazakh-British Technical University, and his research topic is comparative analysis of the game world perception in narrative games through interaction in virtual reality and on a flat screen.
Раз, два, три. So, hello, dear audience. My name is Damir Kuljabai, and currently I'm a master's degree student at KBTU. I currently work as a level designer at Almaty Games. Okay. So let's start with my topic. In recent years, virtual reality has stopped being an exclusively experimental technology or niche entertainment tool. It is increasingly being used in video games, architecture, medicine, and so it is increasingly being used in architecture, medicine, simulation, and game worlds. One of the key arguments in the favor of VR is the claim that it enhances the presence of the user. The subjective of being inside of the virtual worlds than being the observer from the outside is the main key factor of using the VR. So as I said, presence, as I mentioned, presence is closely related to the concept of immersion, but is not narrowest to it. Immersion includes not only sensory aspects like visual and audio. It also implements attention. It also includes cognitive processes like attention, engagement, interpretation of what is happening inside of the virtual worlds, and game roles and game logics that is happening in the inside. So, however, for all the popularity of the statement that VR enhances the immersion, this claim is often remains generalized and vague. So, question of which aspects of game mechanic and game elements that VR is enhancing remains open. So my main theme of the study will study about comparative of analysis of perception of the game worlds on narrative games in comparison of virtual reality and a flat screen that is non-VR. In VR games, VR has been adopted as a medium that promises deeper engagement through embodied interaction and environmental presence, unlike non-interactive VR experiences. Game includes goals, challenges, the main gameplay, and narrative structures that give meaning to spatial exploration. So VR games often emphasize physical interaction with the environments. For example, opening the door with your bare hands, using the controllers, hand gestures to control your movements inside the game, aiming weapons with both hands, for example, using the bones in some games, or manipulating objects directly rather than through abstract button inputs that we use often in non-VR games. These mechanics align players' physical actions with in-game consequences, reinforcing the perception that the virtual world responds to the player. Despite its potential to create special presence, VR is not universal superior elements because it has factors such as motion sickness, physical fatigue, and hardware constraints that can disrupt the experience and reduce immersion. And now we can ask another question: does the virtual reality tool enhance the emotions and immersion that you can get from the game qualitatively, or just transform the player's position within the story qualitatively? So the purpose of this research, as I said before, is to compare how players perceive and emotionally interpret narrative games worlds in virtual reality and on a flat screen, non-VR mode. The focus is not on technical superiority, but on how the medium itself shapes perception, agency, and narrative experience through interaction. Rather than asking whether VR is better tool to use in our games to make our games better, we examine and study how and in what perspective and ways VR changes the player's relationship to narrative space and story events. So my main goal is to systematize immersion as a multi-dimensional concept, distinguishing between spatial, narrative, audio, and gameplay-related components, and clarifying how each of these components can contribute to the perception of the game world. The next objective and purpose is to analyze narrative-driven game cases across VR and non-VR formats. I chose game projects like Skyrim, Fallout, and Medicine as an example to the contribution of my study. I studied some literature review to examine how other people already studied my theme or related theme to my study. And I found out that contemporary research views immersion as a multidimensional phenomenon, combining perceptual, cognitive, emotional, and interactive processes, are stating that VR can enhance our immersion inside of the video game. But as I can say, these dimensions do not always coincide. Flat screen games may foster strong narrative and cognitive engagement without deep perceptual immersion, while VR often emphasizes presence and embodied interaction, sometimes at the expense of the narrative depths. Many studies claim that VR increases immersion or presence without clearly specifying which dimensions are affected, under what conditions, or how narrative experience is altered. So, researchers identifies multiple distinct levels of immersion, each contributing differently how a player experiences a game worlds. The first one is representational immersion. It combines perceptual factors as visuals, audio, spatial cues with cognitive process such as understanding and mentally mapping the environment. The next one is narrative immersion. It describes the engagement of the player within the story and characters, where players follow the plot, emphasize with characters, do some quests, and engage with the game world. The next one is participatory immersion. That involves the sense of agency, where players can feel that his actions has consequences and it meaningfully affects the game world. Virtual reality can intensify this through embodied interaction and special movements, while flat-screen games achieve it through choices, mechanics, and feedbacks. The next one is affective immersion. It refers to the emotional involvements, including feelings such as fear, tension, excitement, which draw players into the experience. Narrative and narrative genres play a central role in shaping this dimension. So understanding these all dimensions that I mentioned allows us to analyze how specific elements of a game create immersive experiences. The next slide that I will show examines concrete components such as space, audio, graphics, narrative, and gameplay mechanics, and how they support these types of immersion in both VR and non-VR mode. So these are key elements of the immersion. For example, the space, it means that the sensation of being located inside of the game worlds. VR enhances these two-dimensional environments and physical interactions, because you need to wear the head-mounted display that will allow you to look around independently without constraints, and you can use controllers to simulate your hand movements that can be very realistic compared to the flat screen modes. The next one is narrative immersion. It's, as I said before, engagement with the story and characters. VR provides first-person perspective. You can place yourself like in your virtual character, engage with them, and engage with, for example, NPCs, like non-playable characters within the game. And from that, you can get the story. The next element is graphics, audio. Sound effects and audio is very meaningful for the game atmosphere, because it guides attention and set the emotional tone. And the next one is graphics. The quality of visuals, textures, and animations and art style is very crucial to gain the realism and setting the moods. In VR, graphics are experiences in different perspectives, because VR can give you a 360 degrees experience, enhancing the scale and the sense of the space. The next one is the gameplay mechanics. It contains the elements like rules, difficulty, feedback, and interaction within the game worlds. In VR, actions are physically embodied, which on a flat screen they are mediated through controllers. In both cases, mechanics support engagement and the player's sense of control. So let's see some of the game examples. As I mentioned before, I took, for example, the game products like Skyrim, Fallout, and Medicine. Let's start with the Skyrim. This game is an open world RPG where players explore vast fantasy worlds, complete quests, interact with characters, and develop their skills. So on a flat screen, it's a very big game world. You can play it as you want, follow the plots, interact with non-playable characters, complete the quests to follow the plot. Bethesda, the developers of this game, recently integrated the virtual reality mode in this game, and most of the players that played the Skyrim before got the wow effect at first, but some time passed and they started to explore some some minor problems that happened because Bethesda, developers of this game, didn't quite do the very qualified job, as we can review from the players' feedbacks on many store platforms. So in Skyrim, you can use the controllers to cast spells, use the bow, use the shields and swords. You can use them as a very realistic fighting experience, and the difference between the Skyrim VR and non-VR is very big. But for example, as you can see in these pictures, for example, in these pictures we can see the VR modes. For example, in this picture we are using bow with our controllers. That is seemingly very realistic. We can use shields and the swords to fight our enemies, and it all supports the very realistic experience. In Skyrim, that is all we got from the VR mode in the Skyrim. The next game is Fallout 4 in VR and non-VR. Fallout 4 is also an open-world post-apocalyptic RPG game where players explore, complete quests, interact with NPCs, follow the plots, and manage inventory and crafting. On a flat screen, gameplay is controlled via mouse and keyboards or controller. Immersion comes from story, dialogues, quests, visuals, and audio cues. Interactions, combats, crafting, and exploration are performed through buttons and menus. Feedback is primarily visual HUD and quest logs and auditory. And in VR, players inhabit the game world through a first-person perspective, and motion controllers allows physical interaction, aiming weapons, reloading, picking up objects, observing information. For example, I found out in VR version of the Fallout game, you can use the key elements as described the Pip-Boy. It is like a tablet where information is stored. You can review the information about your characters, about your inventory, something like that. And this tablet is like place it on your wrist. So to get the information, you need to move your wrist like that. So the next game is Medicine VR. Medicine is a first-person horror game focused on exploration, puzzles, and narrative immersion. Players investigate haunted environments, uncovering the story through objects, notes, and supernatural events. It is a very scary game that already in non-VR modes can get the players' nerves and scare them almost to to fall. In VR, we also can do the same things as in non-VR modes, but now we have realistic controllers that can give us the realistic experience from, for example, using the lights, using the camera that is the main key elements that can be used to scare your monsters, reveal the secrets, and etc. So let's get to the research hypothesis. Hypothesis that VR creates a deeper sense of presence compared to non-VR because players can move, look around, and interact physically within the game world. This also strengthens narrative immersion as players experience events from a first-person embodied perspective. Emotional engagement is heightened in VR. Horror, exploration, or story-driven games can trigger stronger affective response due to sensory richness and interactive feedback. However, immersion is not automatic. For example, UX design is crucial. Interfaces like, as I mentioned before, Fallout's for K-plot elements Pip-Boy can enhance your immersion. And in games like Half-Life Alyx and Subnautica, you can see that UX is placed on the top of the screen, and it's not very realistic, but it gives you information. But I think that it could be done better. So the next slide is explaining that exploratory relies on qualitative and theoretical approaches rather than direct experimentation. So it consists of key points like subjective measures, tools like IAQ, SAM, flow scales, and the game engagement questionnaires help evaluate presence, emotional engagement, and narrative involvement. These measures indicate how players experience special presence, emotions, and flow, even if we don't collect new data. So the next key point is qualitative data. Player reviews, professional articles, and observational reports provides rich description of experiences in the games, from the games that can be useful to compare the VR and non-VR. The next key element is comparative analysis, VR versus non-VR. The study compares this across presence, emotional engagement, narrative immersion, and mechanics. The focus is on difference in perception and experience induced by the medium, forming a basis for future hypotheses and experiments. At this stage, the research remains primarily theoretical and analytical. I didn't do any experiments on games. I did solely the literature review from the articles and papers from the other people. As no original empirical data has yet been collected, the proposed hypotheses are not experimentally validated. But to address this limitation of my research, currently developing the game called Radiance that can be used to do experiments to collect data to know how VR can be enhance our immersion inside of the game. So Radiance is a 3D narrative horror game that is being developed on Unity. Currently, it's on development stage. It doesn't have any VR integration yet, but in the future, this product will be finished and research on this product will be begun. So this, in a conclusion, this research shows that the perception of the narrative game world is shaped not only by the story itself, but by the medium through which this story is experienced. The same narrative can be interpreted differently depending on whether the player engages with it through a flat screen or virtual reality. So the conceptual contribution of this work lies in treating immersion as a multi-dimensional construct composed of spatial, narrative, audio, and gameplay-related components rather than a single unified effects. The methodological contribution consists in outlining appropriate tools and approaches for studying these dimensions, including subjective questionnaires and qualitative analysis of player experience across VR and non-VR formats. The analytical contribution is a comparative perspective that highlights how different media shape narrative perception in different ways, instead of simply intensifying or weakening the same experience. Finally, the theoretical basis and contribution is the formation of framework that connects immersion, presence, interaction, and emotional engagement. So thank you for your attention. This is my contacts. If you want to observe, this is my LinkedIn and Telegram.
So if you move toward augmented reality, AR, or mixed reality, do you think the key levels of immersion, will remain the same, or will need a completely new category for measuring that immersion for the users?
So you're referring, I guess your question, so you're referring to the AR, augmented reality, rather than virtual reality that I mentioned in my study, yes? Augmented reality.
Yep.
And your question is how immersion is will be different compared from the AR to VR, yes?
Yeah.
So AR, augmented reality, is like if you know that augmented reality is like a half experience from the VR. You enter the realistic world with elements of the virtual. For example, if you are using the app called IKEA, it's an American store app that can utilize the AR to, for example, a store that sells the furniture, and to see how your furniture, boat's furniture will look in your house, you use the AR to virtually place your furniture inside of the house. So AR is not, it's like, it can give you immersion, but it's not very effective or comparative in VR.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So our next presentation on integrating telemetry with player motivation models, and I would like to invite the Ivan Vojtovic, master student and tutor at KBTU.
Okay, hey. Hello everyone, my name is Ivan Vojtovic. I'm the game designer in Almaty Games studio. Yeah, again, Almaty Games. Anyway, I'm also the master degree student in Kazakh-British Technical University. So, today my topic is the connecting telemetry adaptive experience, a conceptual framework for linking player motivation and game design. I'm definitely sure you try to collect any data from the game, or if you try to creating the games or develop them, you try to create the beautiful level design or design just by your data. Sometimes you include your game some telemetry, just or clicking, understand how often the game is dying in some places on your levels. And it's a good point, but you couldn't understand why they're dying, why they're standing in this place a lot of the time. So, and exactly the gap I'm trying to address. My idea is to add transition layer between telemetry and the language designer actually think in control, progress, curiosity, mastery, and how they could learn the new skills or just why just spend a lot of time here and how to improve this. So this talk refers to bridge. On the left have raw events and action sequence. It's our telemetry. It doesn't matter which one. We could integrate any from different third-party resources or from the popular, like from Unreal Engine, telemetry, Epic Games, or Azure software, Microsoft. And on the other hand, it's our behavior patterns, like the ramp, hexet, or properly behavior pattern. So, one important note, this primary theoretical framework with a validation plan. Go ahead. So, the core problem isn't the lack of data or something, it's the lack of meaning. What I mean, we look at the heat map or funnel land and jump of conclusion, but the same pattern can come from completely different causes. Just for example, imagine we have a room and our player just enters the room and spend a lot of time by what is the reason? Probably somebody would like to explore this place and find some new places, maybe hide an achievement and so on. Somebody just don't understand how to complete this level, or somebody would like to see what is beautiful in this place. And it becomes even more dangerous when teams are small, because we couldn't understand how to improve this. Big company could order some UI designers or probably user experience developers or researchers, psychologists, people who do the interpretation work. Smaller teams often use the data and are forced to make design code based on intuition or repetitive development patterns. Just they have spent a lot of time for this and couldn't provide really good ideas. So I'm trying to contribute a systematic way to reduce the guesswork to interpret behavior with motivation library. So a structured work around some of the couple of questions about the three. It's a hypothesis. First of all, it's motivated distributed view acceleration problem cause identifying comport to standard reports. Just meaning if we say the behavior suggests mastery or suggests curiosity, what is the reasoning chain? Second question for me is how higher order behavior structure improve inference. Most analytics is their agreement metrics looks at immediate transitions, but players operate with memory and plans. They could change or depends by some different reasons. It depends from their brains. So I want to preserve sequence, loops, and multi-step patterns. And third, how can this integration support adaptive systems? Dynamic difficulty, properly positive, negative loops. Just for them playing, we have some systems, but they're not pretty good or dynamically working very well. So find the best solution for best gameplay and enjoyment. Go ahead. So I'm using motivation models as a vocabulary for integrating telemetry. The exact model can be different. I choose one of the most popular, it's a ramp. It's a very convenient structure because it can create relatedness, autonomy, mastery, purpose. In practice, these dimensions show up as design patterns, social play and cooperation, choice and agency. It's very important. Challenge and skill growth, narrative meaning, and long-term goals. This important point is that models are not just theory, they are design handles. If in the players are losing mastery, I know which levers to pull, clarity, difficulty, curves, feedback checkpointing, onboarding if autonomy is low. I think about meaningful choices and alternate paths. If pursuit is low, I think about goals, framing and the why behind tasks. So it's idea just developed by my own problem when we created some levels for our games. We couldn't understand why the players moving like this. We could just take some frameworks like the ramp, but we don't have a lot of meanings when we are providing data for this. Go ahead. So here's the telemetry becomes values behavior, an external signal on what might be happening internally. I will never be perfect, but it can be good enough to guide experiments and iteration. So iteration is very important for us. And the lowest level we have raw walks, like for creating in the top of the corner. Event like start, item used, enemy killed, or so on, doesn't matter. It's step as time series per day, days or per minute, DAO, MAO, events, doesn't matter. Another step is structure representation, sequence, state transition, and graphs. This is where we can preserve the narrative of player session, what fault, what loops exist, where the player repeatedly returns, where patterns shift. If we want to look to about motivation, we can't only look at averages, we need the structure of behavior, the order of repetition, and escalation of recovery. So the framework is built to keep the structure as long as possible, and only the derive iteratable features. Go ahead. So, many analytics approach implicitly assume first-order dependence. What happens next depends mainly what happened just before. In notation, that's first-order Markov view. Probably I have missed the slide. Could you, next? Yeah, here's this, sorry. So the property of current stage given on the previous state. But players don't play like that. They plan, they remember, they learn, they adapt, they evaluate. They would like to create their own game or just based on the agency of the free and degree of control, how they provide some system. Behavior often depends on longer history. The probability of the current state given the task, case steps, in the history. Why does it matter for motivation? Because motivation patterns are already single step. Reaction, for example. Curiosity can look in the multiple step loop, spot something, deter, investigate, return, just basic core loops for the games or for properly creating something. Mastery can look like fail, adjust strategy, retry, succeed. If we collapse everything into average, we lose these signatures. So here I'm borrowing a general idea from higher order modeling work. We should not only count transition, but identity mixed up pathways and their temporal variants. Next. Okay, row coordinates, it's hard to interpret. Yep. Imagine we have the map, we're creating some heat map. We have some coordinates of the player where he gonna be, like X and Y. Position doesn't immediately tell a designer what the player wanted. He's just saying where he stay. We could understand how long stay from the telemetry. So a useful step is to turn position into spatial density representation, not because we believe players literally gave Gaussian inference, but because density let us compare similar position with minimal assumption. Like we represent position as smush density. Each point adds a Gaussian bump and we assume them. Just idea of the formula how to prevent this. Conceptually, each recorded position contributes a smush bump, the sum gives a density. Field this make pattern viewable, preferable zones, avoidance, bottlenecks, or beating around the objectives. It will be useful exploration autonomy, and even masters show up specialty, curiosity-driven behaviors breeds attention. Goal locking of behavior concentrates it. Avoidance behaviors creates holes in the map. Next. When we create about order, we need you ran out. Чуть-чуть назад. Можно от первого пойти? Вот следующий теперь. Да. И следующий. So here's 8. Нет, назад чуть-чуть. Спасибо. When we create about order, we need models that can represent sequence. One classical way is an recursive network. Yep. Style encoder with updates, hidden state action arrive. Just imagine we have some data, our just character or properly player traveling around the map. We need to understand where the state before, not right now. Just the hidden state updates from the previous state and the current input of the player. I'm not claiming that the model's hidden state is motivation. I'm saying they can capture stable behavior tendencies, patterns that are hard to see engagement metrics. Two pairs can be identical location count by very different sequence. One explores, then commits, another rushes fail, then searches sequence. Models preserves the narrative, just to understand the meaning and goals of the players. If somebody would like to rush the level and find some treasure, so probably just the finishing level, he's going to be rushed and stay in our final point by his narrative, but others could explore the places. The next slide. This slide is the idea of computer motivation score as a weight combination of telemetry features. Motivation dimension is computed as a weighted sum of telemetry features. Here's why the important many machine language approach can predict something, but designers still ask, what should I change? A weighted mapping interpreted, it forces to define which features matter to which motivation dimension, and it makes the assumption visible. On the left feature, like exploration, entropy, risk ratio, persistence, receive ratio, social interactions, frequency, and so on. In the middle are weights, and this is where theory enters. The initial mapping is theory informed, and later it can be tuned empirically. On the right is a motivation index, for example, a mastery score and an autonomy score, or a purpose score, just to understand what the player would like and calculate this. Next one. Here I'm borrowing the visual idea from prior work of higher order patterns, just how the player is traveling around the map. For this research, developers creating the map where the player must go to the point, from the point A to the point B, and we can consider he traveled from different places on the map just for exploring or try to understand. By here's the narrative. Exploration is one of the easiest motivational expression to see behavioral, but only if we measure its correctly. In this theoretical paper used Shannon entropy over visited zone. This measures how spread out the player visits are across zones. P is the proportion of time spent in zone if the player spreads. Attention across many zones. Entropy is higher if behavior is concreted, entropy is lower. This is not curious of definition, it's a proxy. Higher entropy might also mean confusion. Low entropy might mean efficient goal pursuit. So the key is context, interpret together with task state, difficulty, and navigation cues. The visual matters because entropy is just mass until we see to constructing patterns. An exploration trajectory that covers side areas versus path walked trajectory that belongs of the objective. Next one. So risk taking is another very essential point here. Just it's theoretical graph for creating. Risk taking will be inspired on how a place engage with challenge. A simple transparent proxy is a ratio. A simple ratio, how often the player choose a high risk situation. Because in the different games we could have a different risk situation. Probably if we're playing FPS shooters, we are rushing and try to achieve something by active point, active location, where there are a lot of enemies. But if we are talking about the games like the puzzles, here's another risks. Just probably new puzzles or difficult mechanics and so on. We high risk is defined per game, inter-dangerous zones. This is not personal label, it's a behavioral signal. High risk might align with mastery, pursuit, players seeking challenge and improvement, but it can also reflect Russian or poor onboarding. So we pair without outcome context, survival, retrace, success, and so on. Risk connects to adaptation. If a player repeatedly avoids risk, they might be stuck, anxious, or underskilled. If they seek risk and recover, they might want a strong challenge. Those are different designed response. Use a classical dynamic adjustment. Yep, here's our DDA. Usually reacts to performance. If the player fails, reduce difficulty. If they succeed, increase it. Just also is the experimental table how is it going to be looks like in different situations. That helps the balance, but it does not necessarily improve experience. Two players can have the same performance, but different motivation for this. One wants mastery, one wants to be the less stress. So the proposal is a just difficulty toward target motivation alignment. We adjust difficulty based on the gap between desired and observed motivation. The core idea is difference term. We are not chasing win rate, we are chasing a motivational state. slide, please. In practice, telemetry in a huge way. A single session can generate thousands of micro events. They barely change the state. If visualize everything, it becomes unreadable and designers stop using it and just difficult to understand how it's working. We need just special people for this. A useful idea is symmetric collapse. If two consecutive states are effectively the same for analysis, merge them. If nothing meaningful changes, we merge steps to remove noise. The key requirement is preserve temporal order. We are compacting the sequence, not scrambling it. Next one. Okay. Я думаю, еще на один слайд. Чуть-чуть проехали. Yeah. So, idea of pipeline of this work of my research in this field is correct telemetry from events, position, session, structure in different games. Propose noise reduction, sequence construction, and graph collapse. Third, extract features and sequence embeddings. Fourth, map features to motivation indices. 5, use indices to drive adaptive interpretation. And 6, evaluate and validate. It's modular. You can swap analytic stacks, feature sets, and even motivation models without breaking the logic, and remains designer friendly because the mapping layer stay strict. Next one. Probably messed up. I'm summarizing the contribution of 4 points. First, the structured bridge between telemetry and motivation, using motivation models as an interpretation layer. Second, focus on the higher order behavioral structure rather than on aggregation metrics. Third, interpret mapping functions that keeps assumption visible and tunable force, practical connection adaptive system like DDA and pacing. Okay, here's the 3 limitations. First one is a currently empirical framework. It needs empirical validation. Just provide some data, collect. Construct, validate, and hard features are proxies, so we need context control and triangulation of this. And third, cross-genre transfer requires collaboration of feature definition and weights. This limitation defines the research agenda rather than blocking of approach. Next one. Back one. So my next step is concrete. First, collect the telemetry and control prototype or game segment with comparable context. Second, validate mapping via telemetry, short self-reports, and behavioral outcomes. Third, deploy motivation, adaptation, and evaluation via A/B testing. Yeah. And thank you for attention. It's all for today. Oh, just for this my section. If you have a question, I'm definitely sure you have. You could ask me, or you could contact with me if you would like to learn more about my paperwork. You have a good question. I just thought about this. So, first of all, it's very important to collect the data for providing some empirical iterations and understand how the player behave. LSM is just one approach which I have found and was implemented in different papers works. But I would like to implement the ML, just different ML or LM systems, just to conducting, calculating the understanding how the player behave. I can't calculating this actually, I just could predict and provide empirical assumption for me or the level designers to understand how the player could move or why he's standing in the place.
Я хочу обратиться к теме вашего исследования. Вы рассказали о use cases и о достоинствах использования телеметрии, а я хотела бы узнать о неочевидных или недостатках, или других преимуществах.
Ну, если говорить о недостатках телеметрии, в своей частности, телеметрию чаще всего используют во free-to-play играх, где очень важен D1, D7, D28 и D14. Это дни ретеншена, возврата игроков в саму игру. Но обычно эта телеметрия собирается не для левел-дизайнера, не для человека, который будет проводить группы, взаимодействовать с тем, чтобы увеличить вовлеченность игрока и развивать его навыки. Она больше направлена на то, что на сбор данных, насколько можно понять, чаще будут играть игроки, либо о финансовых отчетах. Ну и о росте того, насколько хороший инкам от игры происходит. Здесь основная идея в том, чтобы применить метод, который очень часто где описывается, но также редко применяется в большом геймдеве, либо среди AA игр, либо самого инди-геймдева. Это метод Barkley, либо RAMP. Ну, любая модель, которая описывает поведение игрока. Ну, у нас есть очень много. Допустим, если мы возьмем Barkley, он делит игроков на 4 типа. Это ачиверы, киллеры, эксплореры и социальные, social games. По сути, описание 4 типов игроков было бы хорошей концепцией того, чтобы для кого развивать продукт и как создавать его. Но в большинстве своем это не особо рабочие методы, они могут концептуально работать, но если развивать весь продукт только строясь на этих эмпирических данных либо фреймворках, то он будет в конечном счете не очень хорошим.
Хорошо, спасибо.
So I just wanted to ask about something in the lessons. I think I didn't quite catch the thing, and like you mentioned the specific scenarios, like the smallest little team develops a game, and like there's a lot of players in this game. And how can you should be sure that everyone is in the same page and not everyone can be because like some of them can be observers, some of those can be something like this. And how do you, what is your solution for that?
It's a pretty good question, because implementing the data or telemetry in the small team just for indie game dev, it's pretty difficult. Or in this way, it's better solutions just provide open question section or just some approaches where you give the players some information about, probably link for the site where I could answer for your question about the game, why is it standing here or not. Just the solution, actually I need to think about how to implement this. Because it's theoretical approach framework, the next step for me just implement this for teams.
All right, thank you.
So thank you everyone for your presentation, and let's move on to the next speaker.
So I would like to invite the Aida Zulumova, Master of Arts, Independent Game Studies Researcher and Game Economy Advisor. Her research is about the crisis-driven transaction, mobile F2P monetization as a reflection of the contemporary digital consumption environment.
Thank you, Nazim, for presenting me, and thank everyone for your time. And thank the team DiGRA Central Asia for very nice coffee break. The plov with Kazi, I think, is just the next level for this kind of event. And I will try to make it short so you guys can enjoy the second round of our coffee break right after my presentation. Okay, one more, and then, all right, I see. So, just shortly to introduce my background. Actually, for my professional life, I'm a marketer, and so I work a lot with the things called budgeting, ROI, CPR, and etc. Lots of metrics. And in my career, I also worked with the venture company, and when you work with the venture company, you also work a lot with the idea on one hand, but with how we can monetize it on the other hand. So sometimes the idea can be very nice and the role of this idea and all the things that we think that we want to bring to the world can be very great, but the final question is that will this be financially successful, right? Because we work with the teams, we have some sort of assets that we need to pay for, so everything comes to the money. So now you can see the title that I highlighted here, Commodifying the Survival. But the original title was Designing Games for Dollars. I think both of them are quite good, but I ended up with this kind of title. So today we're gonna talk a lot about mobile games, free-to-play monetization systems, and a lot about how game designers do their jobs in the terms of game economy. So before starting, I just want to shake you out, and I want to shortly ask you, how many of you guys here play computer games? Okay, that's nice. How many of you play mobile games? Okay, that's nice. How many of you who play computer games but don't play mobile games, only computer games? Okay, good. And how many of you play only mobile games? Oh, I see, that's nice. So yeah, there was a short and quick way to understand how many of us, even if you are a fan of computer games, you end up playing mobile games as well. So I know that most of the true gamers, they don't normally like and love mobile games, but still though, it's just a normal part of our life. And it's also actually a big industry. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah, and it comes to the monetization, right? So because, why it is a huge industry? Because actually mobile games, they make billions of dollars every year. So we have free-to-play games, so you don't pay to play these games like it was like many years. You were going to the shop and you were buying the disc and you were coming home and putting it into your computer or PlayStation or whatever and then playing. But now it's so accessible, so easy. But still, though, gaming studios and the big companies, they do create a lot of revenue. And here we comes to the monetization and monetization strategies. So monetization is more than revenue generation in the terms of my presentation today. It's a process of converting player activity, engagement, or social interaction into financial capital. So the presenters before me were talking a lot about the engagement, about the motivation in terms of gameplay and in terms of player experience. But today I will reveal it from the perspective of how actually this depends on how game studios do their job and make some revenue. Okay, so here we see games as a marketplaces. So some sort of platformization happens. So now the games are not just some sort of platform where you can have fun, but the actual marketplace where you can see lots of monetization prompts, you can see many sorts of assets, you can see many sorts of things that you can buy and things that you can actually own. And there is a hidden market inside every game that you probably don't really realize, but some gamers, they can actually work as a players who gain some skins and then go to internet and sell it. So we see these examples, and for example, the brother of my friend, he's like 7 years of old, and I think he could get some real money just in terms of playing, right? And here we can see also another term is transactional agency. What does it mean? So the agency is how player agency is how player can make choices inside the game. For example, he can design his own experience. So he can do this or do that, have this experience or that experience. And in terms of mobile games, this ability of choice is getting more and more transactionalized. So what does it mean? So the game designers, they limit the ability of player to choose their experiences in the aim of create the experience that will be able to be monetized by them. So it means that the players has less freedom, but the experience that they are having is more like just for making them to go through this player experience and to get to that point where they can be ready to pay some money. So yeah. To get closer to how it happens, I will introduce the core game loop concept, right? And this is the heart of every game. Probably you already know this term. And here on the picture you can see the classic version of gameplay loop. The classic version represents action, reward, and then expansion, right? And in the crisis-driven transaction game, the concept that I actually kind of spotted and introduced in the very beginning, another pillar appears here. So it became action, then crisis, then reward, then expansion, right? So normally in the game development industry, they're very traditionalized. So you are, as a game designer, you come to game studio and you say, oh, I want to do that, I want to do that. And they will say you, no, you cannot change the things that are working now. We have the game core loop that is working, that is doing some money, we cannot change that. And the thing that the core game loop has changed, it means a lot about what happened to our media consumption, maybe what happened to our habits on how we interact with new media. So in this gameplay loop, we see that monetization must be in the most frequent cycle. So in every game, so we can say that in every gameplay loop, there is also a monetization loop that is inserted. And that's what we're gonna reveal in the two cases of the games. Yeah. So here, just for the context, probably you also know these pillars of monetization, how we can monetize our games. And the dominant one here is in-app purchases. You probably saw many examples of this sort of prompts. It's when you're playing something very nice and you're like enjoying it, having fun, and then some pop-up appears and says, you're liking this game, do you want to have some more of speed, of crystals, of whatever? Then the ads, it's something very new that happened to industry maybe like 2 years in a row. The ads are getting like more dominant. So some games are not trying to engage you a lot. They're just trying to keep you playing just because they are like monetizing by ads, by showing you the ads, and you sometimes even cannot skip them. Then the battle passes. So, and the fourth one is subscriptions. Here's also some sort of segmentation that normally the industry uses. So we have minnows, dolphins, and whales, and they're quite they're segmented by spend behavior. So minnows are like $10 who are ready to pay, but not a lot. Dolphins are like $10 to $100, and whales like more than $1,000, right? So, to the cases. The first case is Rise of Kingdoms. So this is like the strategy game. Who played this game? No one. All right. You. Of course you did that. Yeah. So this is like a subgenre, like the example of subgenre of 4X games. Explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. And what I can tell you, these games, they generated billions of dollars. And they do generate like the top 10 games in this subgenre. They normally generate from 20 millions to 100 millions each year. It's like huge money. It's actually comparable to what the cinema industry does, to what music industry does, to what, I don't know, other entertainment industry does. So this game was appeared in 2018, and for its lifetime, it generated $3.5 billion. And actually, this is a classic friction-driven core loop example. So you play this game by creating your own space, like your kingdom, and each time you build something, you need to wait, right? So first house, you do it for 5 seconds. Second level house, you do it for 10. And then it goes until, no, I cannot wait this much time. I have my life going on. But at that time, you already engaged and you already kind of gave too much to just gave it up, right? And then these kind of in-app purchases appear. You can buy the skips there. So you play, and then games make you wait. And this is called time friction. So time friction appears. And in order to skip this time friction, you need to get some skips for real money, and then you can continue your experience. You can continue your game. So it focuses on impatient mechanics, and it's driven by time and power friction. So why you need to build these houses? You need to build these houses to get the power. By getting this power, you can clash and you can just be the king. So the game is like Rise of Kingdoms, right? This is very logical. This is good working strategy, and it was working really great. So from 2012, right, to 2021, this game was on top 5 of subgenres and stuff like this. But then something has happened, but before I will introduce you the second case, I will remind you that this game is focusing on whales, right? The players who is totally immersed and who got to that point that they don't want to lose their progress, and after some point they're ready to pay you more than $1,000. Another case is something new, kinda. So it appeared to the market in 2023, and lifetime is generated $4 billion. So remember, Rise of Kingdom, it happened to appear in 2018 and generated less than 500 millions already. So you see the difference. This game it was like a nightmare for games who were working with the traditional loop, right? The time friction loop or the power friction loop and stuff like this. What happened? The crisis happened. So this, on the screenshot, you can see the example of this crisis. And it is like a snowstorm. And it happens in the very first session of a play. So imagine you were playing this game for the first time, and in the very beginning there is introduction, like a small video reel, and they're showing you your family, so you're a hero. I have my family, I have my sister, brother, and father, and father dies because of the snowstorm. And after you play, this thing appears, and it says, oh, snowstorm will happen in 1 hour. You need to upgrade this. You need to get some meat. You need to get some coal. You need to get some wood and stuff like that. And you cannot stop playing because snowstorm is gonna happen in 1 hour. And these clocks, right? They're working even if you're closing your phone. So you cannot pause. You need to be immersed because your father just died and you have sister and brother and yourself, right? You need to survive. So remember, the Rise of Kingdom was more about, oh, I want to become a king. I want to have my kingdom. I want to have 5 houses. I want to beat someone. But here is, I need to survive. My dad just died. So it's totally different paradigm, right? It's totally different way how to approach the engagement. The engagement is not longer an engagement. It's just a need to survive. And that's how the games comes to commodifying the survival, actually a very natural thing for a human being. It's like one of the ancient reflex that we have. What do you need to do in this world? You need to survive. Okay, and just for a quick note, this game focus on minnows and dolphins. So whales are someone who spends like more than maybe 100 hours in your game already, but minnows and dolphins are just someone who started to play your game. So moving from friction to crisis, right? So Rise of Kingdom is something that is paid to skip, but crisis, whiteout survival is paid to survive. So the transition to crisis-driven transaction moves monetization from waiting friction to solving crisis. Yeah, and how we can see it from the terms of the game makers. So by using the crisis-driven transaction, we recoup marketing costs faster via day one conversion velocity rather than waiting for long tail LTV. So it means that the strategies are moving from old type of strategy to new type of strategy, and the difference in the revenue generation that we can see in numbers already proving this fact. Yeah, so talking about how it looks from the engagement side. So here we have 3 pillars. I think some of the speakers has covered already. And we already talk about the competence. So competence, it's still the thing that is working here, but it's not about the achieving mastery anymore. It's about overcoming presented challenges. So we see that the old strategies are not working anymore. So we don't want mastery, we just want to solve the problem right now, and we want to save the situation, or we want to just, we want something faster than we wanted before. We don't want masteries anymore. That's what this study says. So the conclusion, I don't want to make a very long conclusion. I want to make it in the form of the question for you guys, so you can go out from this room, from this building, and have something to think about. So narratives of survival, the most primal of human stories, can be successfully commodified into highly engaging, high-velocity assets. What does it say about us? What does it say about the future, and about the future of media that we have, and about the future that you guys are going to shape in your future career? So take this in mind and be mindful about your choices, because everything we produce as a media is influencing us, and what we have now in our culture is also influencing the media. So this is the main loop that is happening these days, but you, as someone who is going to produce the games, have a big power to make some change into how we operate in our global culture. That's it. Thank you. So this is the some bibliography and image sources, and I wasn't smart enough to put here my LinkedIn, but if you're interested, you can come and ask me. I'd love to connect with you. Thank you. Oh yeah, Telegram, right. Okay, questions, right? Yes.
Thank you for information. My question about collaboration. What do you think in now time many games collaborate? For example, Brawl Stars plus SpongeBob, Dota 2 and plus Monster Hunters. It's like a new model of monetization. For example, Battle Pass created 2013 by Valve Corporation. Their first this creating, and another games like copied. But in our time, collaboration, it's like a new Battle Pass forums. Like, because when games collaborate, two games, they are rising sellers and rise online games. I think it's a new trends. It's like new Battle Pass.
Yeah, of course, it seems like a new trend, but I don't think like it's a brand new model or a brand new tendency. So there is a theory of transmedia storytelling when you have one media and then it can goes to different platforms, and stories can actually just travel around our media world, like in Harry Potter. So we have Harry Potter in the movies, in the books, in the comics, in the short films and stuff like this. So it's already happening. But I think in the terms of games, that may be a new trend. And if you already spotted it, you might use it for your future game maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, you're welcome.
So thank you, Indaya, for your presentation.
So, and our last speaker is Amina Kabenova, PhD student in inclusive games and immersive technologies. She's currently in California and cannot be here with us today, but she prepared a video, pre-recorded video of her presentation. And at this moment, I want to mention the interesting story, how we connected with her, because Amina is currently in California. In the previous year, we participated in the DiGRA Global Conference at Malta, and we had a small talk with some researcher from the USA, and we mentioned that we are from Kazakhstan, and at this moment she said that she has a student from Kazakhstan, and that was Amina, and that's how we connected with her. And after that, she also became a part of DiGRA Central Asia, and after that also we want to start her video.
Hello everyone.
One minute sound check for this video.
Adina. Hello everyone. My name is Amina, and today I'll be presenting to you on behalf of our team on the topic of today's presentation, Let Them Cook, creating and evaluating a game on traditional cuisine of Central Asia. So let's go ahead and get started. As I was saying, today I'm presenting on behalf of my collaborator, Adina, and myself. I am a PhD candidate at the University of California in Santa Cruz. I've previously attended New York University in Abu Dhabi, and Adina is an MBA graduate from One League and also a graduate of Ulsan National Institute of Science and Technology. On the agenda for today, we have introduction and motivation behind our research project. I'll walk us through the game design and the demonstration of the game. We'll talk about the evaluation methods and findings. And finally, we'll wrap up with the discussion and conclusion. So the Central Asian culture is all about rituals and community, be it through sharing meals, play, family gatherings, or intergenerational exchange. These are all major elements of our upbringing and community lifestyle. I think we can all remember a moment from our childhood when our family is gathering. We're serving a lot of food, and of course there are lots of talks and games and play, and the conversations just go on, and the smell of food is just amazing. With a growing Central Asian diaspora worldwide, the elements of community and shared rituals can actually erode through assimilation into different environments. This process is natural, and we don't need to fear it or resist globalism. Instead, we can honor our traditions and identities, at least the ones around food and our upbringing, to nurture our well-being and help others learn and understand more about Central Asian heritage through play. On the graphic here is the statistic from the US Census Bureau, which shares the most common Central Asian nationality in the US by state, and that is to say that there are lots and lots of Central Asian people internationally, not just in the Central Asian region. So the world needs us to talk and represent more of ourselves. So how exactly do we talk about heritage and traditions through games? So games is usually a medium that represents education, such as joyful learning, interactivity, and engagement. And if we talk about culture, we usually talk about the traditions and food traditions, community, identity, and we chose to combine these two concepts, which reflected in a 2D computer game called Making Beshbermak. In this ongoing research initiative, we developed a computer-based game on Central Asian food rituals, specifically meat preparation process and hosting. The game walks the player through a step-by-step journey of preparing and serving beshbarmak, a traditional dish in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. And on the screenshots here, you can see the snippets of our welcome page, beshbarmak and sorpa, as well as other parts. Throughout the game, the player is also introduced to traditional design patterns such as oyu and elements, as well as the historical facts about the region and food-specific terms in the Kazakh language. So in the screenshots here, there are two particular parts in the game in which the player is introduced to a toolkit that they will use, which presents them with each individual item. And in the ingredients section, the player is introduced with food terms in Kazakh. We have demonstrated and play tested the game with children and families of Central Asian origin, and the results have shown promise and interest in preserving the heritage efforts and in learning outcomes among the youth. So right now we would like to do a quick demonstration to everyone in the audience. So we will play a quick video of the playthrough. After developing the game came the step of its evaluation, and we hypothesized that these games could also be interesting to audiences outside of Central Asia. So to evaluate this, we conducted a playtest study by recruiting players from North America who were previously unfamiliar with the Central Asian culture, and we conducted a mixed methods evaluation, which we'll talk about in the next few slides. In this project, we conducted a study with 10 participants who were English-speaking individuals from the United States with little to no prior exposure to Central Asian culture. With this evaluation, we wanted to answer the following research questions. The first one is, do games about Central Asian culture increase curiosity among unfamiliar audiences? And what are the learning outcomes and linguistic retention from playing such games? So in order to do so, we split our evaluation into a few steps. So the first one included the pre-experience survey. Then the participants went through the game, and then they responded to a post-experience survey. The whole process took about 20 to 30 minutes, and we conducted qualitative thematic analysis to analyze our results. The exploratory findings from our study revealed a few themes and the potential of making Beshparmak, the game, to foster cultural curiosity and engagement among new international audiences. In particular, participants highlighted the game's ability to convey the knowledge through detailed description of the ingredients, traditional tools, and the interactive preparation process. Many have also appreciated learning about cultural practices, such as sitting on the floor of a yurt during the meals. And one participant also remarked that it felt like they were preparing a dish, not just reading about it. In addition, the game's visuals, music, and overall ambience were frequently praised for creating a cozy and an immersive environment. Descriptions like engaging, calming, and reminiscent of nostalgic games from their childhood often emerged in our themes and quotes. The inclusion of traditional design elements such as the patterns on the bowls and rugs also enhance the cultural experience. You can also see a few quotes that we pulled up from the survey from our participants. Statistically, participants also demonstrated increased interest in Central Asian cuisine and traditions after playing the game, indicating the effectiveness of gamified experiences in sparking interest about underrepresented cultures and traditions. So in the figure here, you can see the participants' pre-game familiarity with Central Asian culture and cuisine, and the dark bars and their post-game understanding in the light bars. And you can see that those numbers are significantly higher after playing the game. So what exactly does this mean for the Central Asian games community? We would like to start off our discussion and point that our findings highlight greater possibilities and more directions for cultural heritage games. These games contribute not only to diaspora communities, but also to those interested to learn more about our background and traditions. Oftentimes, games about Central Asia are underrepresented in the global communities. For example, in early 2025, which is when our study was conducted, only 3 folklore games developed by Kazakh and Kyrgyz developers were available on Steam, and we have included these examples in the slide. So the first one is which is a game that was actually developed here at KBTU. The second one is Kazakhstan of the Sun, and the last but not least is Tuzak. So all of these are available on Steam. However, no public access games about Central Asian cuisine and food traditions are available. Additionally, many East and South Asian food ritual games are represented online, such as Benba and Nai Nai's recipe, but little is still known about Central Asian food traditions. Access to such games is crucial for representing cultural identities and diasporic traditions within the broader games research and media. So still no public access games about Central Asian food. So what does our research mean for the Central Asian games community? We would like to hope that this work contributes to serious games research by demonstrating how gamified experiences can promote cultural narratives and educational elements. We also hoped to raise more awareness about Central Asian culture and continue to impact our communities worldwide. To talk a little bit about how the future work could look like for our project and similar projects is that we need more representation, more studies, and larger sample sizes, as well as people and communities who are interested in the topic. Through iterative development, cultural games like making diploma can play a vital role in bridging cultural gaps and elevating underrepresented traditions and narratives. We would like to thank the DiGRA Central Asia community for organizing this event. And we would also like to thank our study participants and student volunteers who were involved in the development of this project. To play the game, you can access it via the link provided on the slide or by scanning the QR code available on the image. If you have any questions, feel free to email myself or Adina. And with that, we would like to wrap up our presentation and say thank you everyone for listening, and we're excited to hear back with your thoughts and feedback. Thank you so much.
So big thanks to Amina and Adina for their presentation. And if you have questions for Amina or Adina, you can contact them via the emails that was in the last slide. And actually, with that, we conclude our session. After such a presentation, we need to have a coffee break. And what I want to say, big thanks to all speakers for their insightful presentations, and also thank to the audience for active participation. And that's all. After 45 minutes, we will meet here for the last sections on the AI and ethics in game design. Thanks.
Вот это нормально работает? Саундчек проводим. Раз. 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 Да, это громче.
2-2. оттуда кушающих людей будем загонять? Загоняйте, говорю, кушающих и прочих, кто пора уже третью секцию начинать. Сесть? Можно сюда громко так заходим, начинаем, продолжаем. Да, heavy metal. Да, давайте, вот тут уже собрались. Давайте начинать нашу третью секцию AI and Ethics in Game Design. У нас сейчас ребята будут рассказывать про application of causal machine learning to compute an effects of video game intensity of students' academic performance and psychological well-being and analysis based on the survey data. Очень длинное, сложное название. Я надеюсь, что сейчас Гизатов Асылбек. Нет, да, ну хорошо. Китуев Нуралы. Вот, да, и Басар, извини, если что. Вот два спикера у нас, они сейчас нам про это расскажут. Вперед, слушаем внимательно, готовим вопросы. Презентацию. Вы, да, все.
Раз-два.
One million.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Izbasar Urmasar. I am master degree at Atyrau University, named after Khalil Mohammed. And today I'm honored to demonstrate to you our scientific research paper that we made it with my co-authors, Asubek Gizatov, our senior research lecturer that helped us with the paper, and my colleagues, Kituev Nurava, me, and Amangile Gaumjan, and Janurova Agirke. So I want to start with the fact that probably you think that this title is pretty large, that application of causal machine learning to compute the effects of video game intensity on students' academic performance and psychological well-being. So basically, you can understand this in that way that we are aiming to answer a single question. Does gaming really harm negatively affects to the student and his academic performance? So I want to start with the problematic question, is that actually in the world there are a lot of situations when you type in the internet asking a question like what is the difference or about the topic gaming and the students, and you always will see the result that gaming really negatively affects on the academic performance. So now I will try to contradict that argument because for many years actually this argument affected on the policy, on the parental advice, and to the public opinion about gaming, that it really harms the student. So the paper, our paper, based on causal machine learning. So it will use the machine learning algorithm that will help to make an exponential analysis that will help you understand actually the true reason why gaming is not really harms to the academic performance. And here's very important some terminology, for example, as confounding. What is confounding? That's actually one of fundamental terminology in research methodology. That means that using an like third variable or like external factor that affects on the like any output or on the explosion. And actually there are like a lot of data set, and like from our team we made an online survey that like spanned 3 Central Asian countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. And the results, I think, like enormous, because in a short limit of time we got on more than 2,000 application like submits. And we used that data set to like our explanatory analysis, to our machine learning analysis that showed us that there are some specific changes that should be integrated to today's articles. Next. So our methodology is like I think simple, that consists of 4 steps. So first step is correlation. So basically correlation is actually not causation, because most of scientific articles says like that the more you play, the less you get your GPA. But that's just a correlation. That's not causation. I mean, like, it's not the reason why you are getting low grade. Maybe you increase your motor skills, you increase your memory skills, and that's not the real reason. That's why we're using causal machine learning. And of course, at the beginning, we also made a secondary analysis. We did an analysis, and we saw that all correlations, this shows us that actually, like, gaming really negatively affects on academic performance, but later on you'll see the result. So OS, actually it's defined as ordinary least squares. So we, in the research article, we used 2 versions, native and controlled. The difference is that OS native uses just parameters without any specification from us, while the controlled means that we can add any like other parameters, like social parameters of the student, or the like background as their gender, their like financial status, and other parameters. Next, the third step means the main methodology, DML, which is double debiased machine learning. And the core idea of this method is orthogonalized ATE. So that means that we use, first of all, machine learning to predict the gaming intensity. Our goal of this research, identify gaming intensity effect on students' performance, and psychological well-being, and to their stress level. So, and the fourth step is causal forest, which actually identifies heterogeneous effects, and as an output shows like CATE, which is conditional average treatment effect. So it uses the idea that machine learning actually just analyzes all data, while causal forest analyzes what is the difference between different subgroups, like if there are high GPA and a low GPA, or from different genders, like woman or male, and like any other like statuses. So that's why we're like, for analysis, we use causal forest. And also here, like on top right side, you can see the diagram that's called DAG, like directed acyclic graph, which means Z means like the error. I mean confounding. Confounding, as I told earlier, that's external factors, like because most of people just using, for example, their like academic performance. I mean confounding could mean like their social status, or their salary, or their like family status, and any other. D and Y means output and exposure. So as you can see from the graph, it's very important to take into the account Z value, which is confounding. So let's start with OOS, ordinary least square. From the graph on the website, you can see that we made a native and controlled OOS, which means that minus 0.11 on academic performance. So that means that we used only like specific parameters only in academic performance. So it means if student participated in class, if a student has like high GPA, like academic achievements, only based on these parameters. But when we added controlled values, which means controlled OOS, like social background or any other, so the value changed dramatically, which means like almost near to the zero value. That means that we should take into account any other parameters, because gaming is not really negative effects on academic performance. So, and here we also can see like selection bias, and as you can see, the academic value on native OOS is pretty large without like any other parameters, while the sleep and the stress are the constant values. They are not like dramatically changing. And as you can see, stress is not like the main aspect that gaming actually affects too, which means from gaming actually people are not really getting stressed, and but on sleep, like it affects on basically like significant on sleep value.
Thank you, Basar. So I'm Nurul Kituyov, and I'm a bachelor student from Nazarbayev University. And well, let's get into even more math. So the core concept of our research is the usage of the DML, device machine learning. So basically we want to understand that we must avoid the bias in our algorithm and create a solid solution in order to determine the effect of the video game intensity on the sleep, GPA, and stress level of the students in Central Asia. So the core concept is the device machine learning. It consists, so we see here in the formula, the O sign, it's called theta, and it consists of the 3 steps. First is a nuisance estimation. Basically what it means is that in machine learning, we have some variables that act as controlled or independent, that are not the key factor of the estimation of the outcome or the prediction of the machine learning model. So we use 2 functions, m of x, which predicts gaming intensity based on student profiles, their GPA, age, gender, and some other controlled variables, which predict outcomes. And g of x, which is basically the predicted gaming intensity. So it's also acts as our outcome, but it's not what we really want. We use nuisance estimation in order to enhance our DML model, in order to make it more robust, and basically prepare the DML to ingest into it the new data. It also acts as a prevention from overfitting. Overfitting is when the machine learning model trains so much, it takes too much information to it, we ingest into it too much data, and it just, the result is the outcome, which is similar to the trained data set, but it's not ready, and it's a failure to deploy it into the real environment. The second step is residualization, or debiasing. This is the core concept that introduced Chernozhukov in 2018 when he created with his colleagues the DML algorithm. So basically we subtract the predictions from the actual values. It's called residualization. It's also used in a variety of machine learning models. But we know that some models like OLS, which is basically linear regression, is very prone to the bias. Bias is what drags the machine learning model down. It acts as some outliers that make our model unstable, which is really bad for research and even worse for the deploying. So then we get the Y and the T. Y is our outcome in residualization, and T is the outcome of the gaming intensity level. So, so I didn't tell about you the core concept. Yes, it's similar to other models, but here we avoid the usage of the confounders. As Basar said, the confounders are ubiquitous to the machine learning environment, and it contributes to the bias, which is bad for our models. After we determine them, we remove them and commence the residualization. Hence, our model becomes debiased. It becomes more robust, which is good, really good. So the step 3 of our process is the orthogonalization. So this means that we estimate the average treatment effect, the theta. We regress the residualized outcomes, the Y that I told you about, and the T. Basically, we just divide them to each other. And then we get our results, our table of the model. And this is how the DML works. But we know that overfitting is a big problem in machine learning for almost every model that exists. And how do we avoid that? So when we train our model into 2 main data, we get some only predicted results, and it's not the test ones. We use the lasso CV. As you might know, the lasso is the L2 regularization, which is used in order to avoid overfitting. But lasso CV is a library that help us also cross-validate our data set and our model. Basically, we divide our DML into 10 separate models that train on each separate and different chunk of the data set. Then each of these folds, each of these chunks, train into the results of each other chunks. That's how this is, because each chunk haven't seen the data of the other chunks yet, not yet. This is how we avoid overfitting, because it trains on new data that each model have never seen before. So it's kind of a neat and useful instrument. But the average treatment effect, thank you. So the average treatment effect, which is the outcome, which is the result of the debiased machine learning model, is not really enough to conclude that, yeah, the gaming intensity acts bad on GPA, on stress level, and sleep quality. Because the average treatment effect, we have the word average there, which tells us that across the whole data set, across every participant that participated in our survey has troubles with sleep because of gaming, and academic spread on the average. Simply we get the mean result. The conditional average student effect works, finalizes our DML estimation. Basically, some students we have, in some data sets we have that the effect of some group of people that maybe live in Atral, but they have really bad sleep deprivation because of playing video games too much, which we do not see when we estimate ATE, because on the average, people from Atral is maybe like 50 or 100 people across the whole 2,000 people data set. Is not enough to appear in the results of our average treatment effect in DML in the previous slide. So, but we must include them as well, because this is some hidden influence that it is really important, because it's important to Atral, but not everyone else. But we cannot exclude the whole city where students live. So therefore we use the conditional average student effect. Inside the black box, it uses heterogeneity as the main function, which is when it's low, when heterogeneity is low, we see that some chunks of students appear more and appear more frequent, but we do not see them in when we estimate ATE. For instance, for academic spread, the CAT distribution for GPA is slightly centered near 0. This is our estimation, which means that on average, the AT estimated that the gaming intensity is not the cause of the problems with GPA and academic. But we have the stereotype that video games affect poor on students on their studies. But here we see that on average across the Central Asia, it's not the main cause. It has very low impact, and it's proven by the CAT. But when we estimated the effect of the video games on student GPA with ordinary least squares, OLS, we see that it correlates. Yes, when people play games more, the GPA lowers. It has a negative correlation. But we can say as well that ice cream sales on summer has positive correlation with, as well as the shark attacks has positive correlation as well on summer, but they're not related to each other at all, because collinearity do not explain the causation. So our main purpose is to estimate causation, which conditions affect the three outcomes: GPA, sleep, and stress. For stress, we also see that on average it does not have any effect. It has low effect, but in CAT, some chunks, some students have more stress when they play video games, and some have less stress. So their effect is not really, it's kind of negligible, and they cancel out. But for sleep quality, we see that when we estimated ATE, it proved that on average students sleep less and they have sleep deprivation, maybe because when the more they play the games, the worse they sleep. And CAT proved that with the low heterogeneity. So, in order to interpret in some simple words, DML estimates ATE, average treatment effect, that across all the students, the average effect it estimates the average effect across all students on the average, and we see that for academic performance it has low effect, and for stress level the gaming intensity has some effect, but it's negligible. But for the sleep quality, AT estimated that on average many students have trouble with the sleep when they play more and more, and CET proved it.
So let me continue with this slide. As you can see, I want to talk about the takeaways and implications. As my colleague Nora already told you, by our analysis, we see that actually gaming is not really affecting to academic performance. So, and our data set and with our CML and ML algorithms, we are seeing that actually it affects to the sleep quality. And another one, which is stress, is like negligible and depending on the individual. So that's why we're actually, this paper is not only showing the gaming, we're actually aiming to show that all academic papers should consider using CML models, because gaming is actually not the cause of all problems. We have to see from different angles, not only from the correlations, because correlations is not causations. And actually, gaming is just an after effects from different situations. Maybe individual got troubles or social problems. That's why they are keen to play more, because they want to escape from the solutions. That's why we are advising to solve this issue, hygienes, I mean for sleeping. That because the sleeping is the main factor that is affecting, negatively affected by the gaming. And also there are 3 factors that I want to mention, is that there are actions for different policymakers, for institutes, shift focus, reduce stigma, and evidence-based policy. So by shift focus, I mean the broad time must be changed into the focus time, because students should be more focused, not just on the general data. And also reduce stigma and evidence-based policy, because nowadays there are not 1 or 2 articles that are just looking through the correlations, or the main information is through the methodology. And that's why the data set must be explored in correct way. That's why we think that by using such a method, example, double device machine learning, there is a solution to find out the confoundings. Confoundings are external factors must be also included to the research work. So that's actually, so from that, we are finished. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer that.
I think this is a really great thing that we are covering this topic, right? We need to show that games do not harm by default, right? They, of course, can do harm by their design, right? But they do not harm by default. And I want to ask, have you considered researching different platforms or game genres? Maybe you would have different results based on different things.
Well, so we wanted to limit our research focus into the 3 main categories, like this stress level, GPA, and sleep quality. We of course can consider the different subgenres which affect more, but we want to estimate the overall, the average effect of the video games on some people. But it's really an interesting, opinion too.
Remember correctly, you gathered the data, like it was a survey, right?
Yep.
And what question did you ask about, like, are you playing games?
So we asked the question. So our purpose was to gather the variables in the data. First of all, the variables. We asked their gender, their GPA, and how many hours per week they sleep, how many hours per week they play, how many hours per day they play video games, and how does it affect their sleep into 5 categories like heavy, light, and medium, and no effect at all, etc. How it affects to the GPA, which GPA they have, and to the stress level. So these sort of questions.
Yes, so basically, as I told earlier, there are like confounding, like the third parameters that must be included even though that you are seeing that it's like irrelevant. That's why we added different social like categories, like age, gender, and the other parameters. Of course, as you said, there must be like even more data to be more precise and increase the accuracy. That's why this paper actually, I think, like showing the tendency to shift into using machine learning and the CML. That like most of articles are using simple like conclusions, and it must be changed. That's why we're telling you that we must use even more data, more parameters, different approaches through using like algorithms. Yeah. That's all.
So thank you, everyone.
Да. Спасибо, аплодисменты. Удивительно, да, что для того, чтобы понять, что нужно спать 8 часов в сутки, нам приходится уже вот даже какие-то научные такие изыскания привлекать. Вот. Желаю всем, особенно в студенческом возрасте, все-таки спать по 8 часов в день. Это хорошо. Поверьте, поверьте старому человеку, а не научным изысканиям. Переходим к следующей тематике, к следующему выступлению. У нас будет его рассказывать Саин Айдана. И топик Games as AI research based on NPC behavior in an open world simulations. Wow. Welcome. Плохо спали, что ли?
So hello everyone. My name is Saina Aidana. I'm from International Information Technologies University. I'm working in the laboratory, mixed laboratory. Here my lead, Danatoy. So my topic is a game as tool as AI research, NPC behavior in open world simulations. So today we talk about NPCs and how their brains changes that how world feels like alive or not. I'm a little bit nervous, sorry. So we compare two systems. First is the old finite state machines and the newer utility-based systems. So the problem, the robot problem, I hope you know this feeling like you starting playing the big, beautiful open world game and the graphics are amazing and the lights kind of real and I can help you with the slides if you want. Thank you. And the physics work well and you see NPC that acting same path again and again, hitting on a wall or just don't even notice the dragon next to him. And it's happens because of three problems. How I said before, it's because that NPC repeats same actions and they don't understand what happened around. And the last one is that worlds feel dead because the actions is too easy to predict. So the research question is which AI system makes the game world feel really alive? In big open world games, there are many characters and you can control every person and we call it huge multi-agent system and in real life you can control every person because life appears from many different small interaction between peoples and in the game it works the same. So liveliness become from these little different actions between agents and it's don't become from one big plan. So we measure liveliness with two things. First is the behavioral diversity. It's many different actions and the cognitive coherence. It's the action makes sense to players. Next slide. So first is architecture A, finite state machines. As you can see, it's a very simple logic, like if your health is lower than 20%, then you have to run away. And it's the most common system in finite state machines. And it's very clear and 100% predictable. So developers like this because it's easily to control everything. But in the open world games, it has their problems, like you can add a lot of different behaviors because you have all of them to connect. And players can quickly understand the logic of the NPC. And it makes the emotions to disappear. Next slide. The next one is architecture B, is a utility-based system. Here NPC don't follow the strict rules. Every few seconds the NPC thinking that which action he have to act. For example, I'm hungry and the score is equal to 70 points and enemies is close and the score is equal to 40 points for fight back, and the last one is just run away, it's 90 points. So NPC will choose the highest points, and it's a big advantage of this system because NPC can do smart things that no one programmed directly, and the behaviors appears naturally by the situation. So we made an experiment to check which system feels better. We built 2 villages in the Unity engine, and for the first villages we used finite state machines, and for second one we used utility-based system. We joined players to check these 2 villages and answered our question. First question is, does it feels like real people for the plausibility, and the second question is behavior too predictable or too random for unpredictability, and the last question is, do NPCs seem to have their own goals, is for autonomy. Next slide. So the results was clear that utility AI system won in organic feelings. So players state that finite state machines, NPCs feel like robots in the loop. And the utility NPCs feel alive and like they have their own thoughts. And they are showed more variety in actions. But finite state machines won in the stability. They never broke the story, so they never do something strange. Next slide. So the discussion is more freedom has a price, so we called it the cost of freedom, because sometimes utility NPCs do something strange, but by mathematically correcting, and for example, like the NPC starting cleaning the floor, but next to him is the dragon that attacking the village, and for players it's kind of strange and look like a bag. So all of the actions of the NPC should be understandable for players, and if reason is hard to guess, it breaks immersions. So the best way for open world games is the hybrid system. First, finite state machines for the storylines, story moments, and the utility-based system for the daily NPC's behavior. So conclusion is the AI system look like the skeleton of the overworld game that decided to make it more alive. So liveliness doesn't come from, how is it before, from one strict rule or plan. It comes from interaction between agent and the, how it world designed, how it's world created, and if we improve all of this, we can stop feeling like we in the game and around us like a park with robots. So the game become a real living world. So it's all. Thank you for listening. I will be happy to answer your questions. Можно на русском?
Сперва я бы хотела поблагодарить за очень интересную презентацию. Это что-то супер новое для меня. И в целом тема NPC, мне кажется, очень интересная в том плане, что это тоже в нашей медиа-среде, конкретно образ NPC, то, как мы его используем. Кто-то там говорит I'm a main character, а кто-то говорит I'm a NPC. Мне кажется, это тоже очень актуально и интересно, что вот мы рассматриваем именно этот объект. Хотела вопрос спросить. Вот, получается, есть формулы, есть разного рода техники, про которые ты рассказывала, что это можно все вычислять, исправлять. Как ты думаешь, есть ли какой-то сейчас на данный момент способ, как сделать самого сбалансированного NPC? Возможно, для каждого из нас, может быть, это будет каким-то типс, который мы можем унести домой.
Честно, очень много, по сути, есть вариаций. Вот условно, недавно читала то, что, когда ресерчем занималась, читала то, что вот условно в игре GTA есть очень много, то есть, систем для того, чтобы NPC выглядели живыми. То есть там, как бы объяснить? То есть можно все эти вариации смешивать в зависимости от того, что тебе нужно, чтобы как NPC себя чувствовал, вел в среде условно. И, допустим, в Sims используется finite state machines, потому что там нужно конкретное движение, которое они делают. Но вот проблема в том, что как раз-таки они используют очень много этого if, вот этого, if else и тому подобное. И очень много сложно добавлять новые поведения для NPC. И иногда бывают такие, то, что в самой игре же получается и баги. Так что я прямо сказать не могу, потому что у каждого это индивидуально. То есть условно для меня очень сильно нравится utility state system, base system, потому что он может рандомно сделать какое-то действие вне зависимости от того, что происходит вокруг, но это и кажется очень интересным в плане для NPC, потому что, как говорится, задний план всегда интересней.
Да, добрый день. Вопрос по поводу непосредственно разработки обоих этих деревень, про которые вы говорили. Насколько сильно измеряли ли вы сложность производства деревни с utility и FMS-системой? И насколько эта высоконагруженная система влияет на производительность? Считали ли вы эти параметры?
Честно, эти параметры не читала, но во время разработки особо такой трудности не было. То есть у нас было, вот как я говорила все это время про дракона, то есть у нас был дракон и также вот, условно автоматы с пулями и как они бы реагировали на звуки. И там нужно вставлять параметры условно по здоровью, поэтому, но это у них почти одинаково, просто у каждого своя, как бы сказать, цель. Если урон попал, то finite state machines, он сразу бежит, убегает, то есть если по логике так написано. У другого же он выбирает, какой приоритет ему выбрать, что из действий.
Ну, мой вопрос больше про производительность системы, про то, что, условно говоря, на обсчет вариативности системы, которую вы предлагаете, очевидно, будет уходить больше компьютерных ресурсов, как при производстве, так и при запуске этой симуляции непосредственно там на компьютере у пользователя. Вот я про вот эти параметры. Замеряли ли вы их, или есть ли хоть какие-то данные по этой части?
Ну, тогда мой ответ нет, к сожалению.
У нас вопросы еще какие-нибудь у кого-нибудь нет? Тогда... Хорошо. Я хотел сказать, что Спасибо, да, огромное, и что, в общем, это как-то... Можно ли описать любовь математикой? Вот тут должна была быть, наверное, тема. Вот, мы хотим каких-то живых NPC, которые вели бы себя естественно, а можно ли это описать вот так, как ты говоришь, вот всеми вот этими кучей формул и так далее. То есть когда там здоровье, стреляешь, окей. Но мы же, в общем, не всегда про это играем, да? То есть если ты хочешь живой мир какой-то создавать, как мы с тобой взаимодействуем? Как ты сейчас это запрограммируешь?
Ну, условно, наверное, как минимум это то, что вы начали со мной разговор, и я должна ответить на него.
Нет, не должна.
Ну, поддержать разговор. Ну,
Не
в зависимости
должна.
от моего желания.
Вот как это желание? Все. Я к тому, что над чем еще можно подумать и поработать. А надо ли вообще настолько вот это все прописывать? Или, может быть, и хорошо, когда они все заскриптованы и ведут себя так, как дизайнер придумал, а не вот это вот вся вариативности, как Женя очень правильный вопрос задал, как это все будет просчитываться, да, и вообще. Но спасибо, очень классно, интересно. Следующий у нас Уали Мирас, да, с темой Narrative Design at the Procedural Generation Apex. Окей. Так, какой
So, hello everyone, my name is Wali Miraz, and before I start my presentation, I want to tell that I'm really glad to participate in this conference. Thanks to our colleagues, like our speakers, and special thanks to my lead, Dana Tsoy, and for my colleagues, Aydana Sain and Rawan Ibrahim. So I can start. Today, my topic will be about the narrative design in the age of procedural generation. Before it, I want to ask about about you. Do you know what is procedural generation? Some people know about this. Yeah, maybe who don't know, it's like the algorithmic method to create data. Data is like game levels, textures, models, and etc. We'll be today over the next few minutes. I will be exploring a fascinating challenge in modern game development. How can we bridge the gap between authorial intent and algorithmic randomness in narrative design? So let's start by looking at the core dilemma. Procedural generation is an incredible tool that allows us to create infinite content. But there is some paradox of scale here as the game worlds expand and become more mathematically generated. Players at the same time are asking for story that feel deeply, feel emotional, and to like the hit to the right to the heart. This leads us to our central question: how do we tell a meaningful, emotionally story in a world that is built from scratch by random rules every time you press play? If you look at the current industrial landscape, we know that solving this is not an impossible thing. Because for the example, I can tell you that we have some games, for example, Hades or the No Man's Sky, and my favorite game in the genre roguelike, this is the Binding of Isaac. However, the reality is like the in this like success remained the exception. This like exception, not the rule. The objective of our research is to move beyond these isolated hits. We want to find a systemic, reproducible approach to weave an authorial narrative into a game algorithmic fabric without losing the emotional power of a crafted story or the freedom of generated world. To understand how to achieve this, we deconstructed the mechanics of successful games. Take like how I said before, Hades, for example, is narrative mechanism works because The dialogues and the story beats are strictly to the players' overall progression and the relationship, making them entirely independent of the random room layouts. And the No Man's Sky takes a different position, yet equally effective approach. It uses a structured overreaches cosmic mystery as a constant narrative anchor. The central storyline unfolds seamlessly no matter which of the quintillions of procedurally generated plans you actually explore. Both games prove that the core story must be operate on completely different axes than the sparse randomness of the world. So, building on this analysis, we propose a new toolkit for narrative designers. It involves dividing the game's narrative into two distinct interacting layers. The first layer consists of what we call narrative anchors. This is a stable layer, core characters, key emotional beats, and the major plot milestones. The second layer is made up of the procedural ornaments, that is like the dynamic layer, randomized encounters, context, adaptive dialogues, and the generated environment. The anchors ground the emotional weight, while the ornaments provide infinite variety. So, to verify the practical value of this theory, we developed a text-based prototype. For our anchors, we implemented a fixed protagonist with a strictly defined emotional and a narrative arc. For our ornaments, we allowed the algorithm to procedurally generate the world, the challenges, and the context for every new playthrough. The result was exactly what we hoped for. Not exactly what we hoped, but it's okay. A narrative that successfully maintained its authorial intent and emotional consistency, even as it's unfolded in unequally generated environment each time. So, in the conclusion, I can say this brings us to our main insight. The perceived conflict between authorial narrative and the procedural generation is actually some kind of illusion. The paradigm shift we need as developers is to stop trying to design rigid, linear stories and to start designing a narrative system in this model, and the algorithm becomes our co-author. The human author defines the rules, the emotional boundaries, and the core conflicts. And the algorithmic system fills that framework with dynamic and unrepeatable content. So that's for all. Thank you very much for listening to me, and hope you can ask some questions and I answer for it.
Вопрос, если у кого-то руку.
So essentially, AI augments the narrative. Is it correct that I get it from the main idea from the talk?
No, the main idea of my topic was about we can read the name of this topic. It's a narrative design in the age of procedural generation. So how we can bridge the gap between these two things, yeah? Narrative design and procedural generation. And there was the example of the game Hades, who had a great experience to bridge these two things. How it was like we have some story, but this need to be not linear as was in the previous games or the examples of the games, and how they did it. They created like the algorithm method, not created, they used it, procedural generation, and when I play this game, I come to another room, next room, and in first playthrough there will be one character, but in the second playthrough there will be another character, another level, game level, another models, another textures.
So it's complexity of the narrative that it can be augmented with AI. Is it? I'm getting it now.
Yes, not always, sometimes, but not right now.
Okay, thank you.
Еще кто-нибудь? Давай.
По-русски, по-английски?
Как хотите.
You gave examples of two games, Hades and
No Man's Sky.
Binding of Isaac. I want to talk about these two roguelike games. And as I know, the procedural generation goes in, it doesn't touch the narrative, right? And do you suggest this is the key to keeping the story like holistic? Or could we maybe at some point get to narratives where the narrative itself could be generated and it will be still okay?
How I can tell from my experience, I played these two games and I played the second Hades. And the second Hades is understandable, that's a new game from this company. But I actually didn't see that we can change the narrative, we can procedure the narrative story, because story is like how it will be not set, but it's linear, and how they can make some new experience for players. They just change level. When I play first, they change level, and the second they change, and in this maybe in this room, in the first when I play, there will be another character, but in the second there will be not that character, maybe someone but not him or her, but there will be no change. He can be in the dialogues is scripted, the story is scripted, and we cannot proceed with this right now. But I hope in the future where the procedural generation will be more adapted, more how I say evolved, we will have a chance to see how it will be to see a procedural narrative story. Ну да, кстати, вот как раз говорили про искусственный интеллект. Если реально можно, если возможно ли будет как раз строить искусственный интеллект в игру, чтобы он не был, так сказать, не знаю, как бы это сказать, чтобы не было понятно, что это реально искусственный интеллект, что искусственный интеллект сам меняет по ходу твоего прохождения диалоги, персонажи, как они относятся к тебе, вот тогда это было бы реально интересно. Но да, на данный момент они пока что это не делают. Может в следующей игре, а может и не будет, кто знает.
During your presentation, I also kind of remembered, again, second time today, I remembered Blueprints, right? Yes, because this is my favorite game, yeah. Blueprints. This is a puzzle game where you go through a mansion, but you randomly select the rooms in this mansion. And all the puzzles are narratively connected to each other, right? So you solve the secrets of this mansion. And I think this is a very cool example where procedural generation actually affects narrative heavily, right? Because in this game, as I looked at different players, how they play, right? And many players of this game consumed narratives in a very different way, because one person can go to can, for example, roll room A, then roll room B, right? And another player will firstly roll, randomly select room B and then room A. And this procedural narrative will slowly get constructed from the different pieces from many different places. So I think this is one of the cool examples that needs to be studied.
I have a question for you. I think you know about the game Left 4 Dead 2.
Yes.
And you know there, in the game they have a, I don't know, I know that's scripted, but they have the scenarist.
They call it the director.
Yeah,
right?
and Left 4 Dead actually have subtitles. But why? Because originally Left 4 Dead, this is not the post-apocalypse is like the situation that people fight with zombies. This is like the movie. Left 4 Dead is the movie. And after we end company or the versus, there will be like the titles will be how many zombies are died or like the yeah. And maybe Left 4 Dead is the kind of games that we have a procedural narrative story, because all the time you play a new game, new company with your friends, there will be another infected, special infected, and all the situations are very not similar to each other. So this is like my opinion about maybe we have something similar to this we talked before. Thank you.
Я бы поспорил с тобой, потому что на самом деле оригинальность вот и в Left 4 Dead и во всех этих многопользовательских играх, она получается, потому что там как раз живые люди создают эту оригинальность, а не процедурно генерируемое что-то. Почему мы любим играть, да, в мультиплеерные, и вот почему получаются эти оригинальные кинематографичные истории, потому что мы их сами создаем. Создают живые люди, создают игроки, а не искусственный интеллект. Потому что искусственный интеллект, пока не может и, скорее всего, очень долго еще или никогда не сможет придумать что-то оригинальное. И когда вот ты говоришь, что будет много-много-много контента, вот он не будет оригинальным и интересным. Вот как тебе кажется, это проблема это или нет? То есть зачем тогда?
Я могу сказать, что, конечно, да, вы правы. Все-таки такие игры, особенно от Valve, созданы для того, чтобы играть с друзьями непосредственно. И в этом и весь интерес, что с друзьями вы создаете всю эту атмосферу. Но это про наслаждение от игры. А я говорил именно про самого сценариста, ведь каждый раз, когда создается новая игра, проходится новая игра, без разницы с друзьями, или ты проходишь это один с ботами, или как некоторые, я уже сам знаю, есть люди, так сказать, грубо говоря, задроты, которые проходят кампанию, допустим, целую, одни, без ботов. И каждый раз выходит по-разному. Каждый раз у них может ситуация поменяться в крайне. Допустим, прошлое прохождение сделали все гладко, но на следующем у них может не пойти. Хотя вроде бы делали то же самое. Но там очень меняется много аспектов. Вы играли в Left 4 Dead?
Да, конечно.
Вот, вы же знаете то, что, например, сейчас уже пойдут термины из игры, что, допустим, пайпа, байла, милишки, они появляются в разных местах. Могут не появляться, танк может появиться, а может и не появиться. И почему я говорил, что это может быть как процедурный нарратив, хотя, конечно, такого термина не существует, потому что Left 4 Dead, даже вот в концовке, это на самом деле просто какой-то фильм. Ведь там уже говорится, кто сколько нанес урона, что сделал и так далее. Полностью статистика выходит, и в конце, как в фильмах, пострадало вот столько-то зомби. И в итоге можно притянуть за уши, что это может считаться как процедурный нарратив. Но лично я не могу 100% утверждать, я только предполагаю.
Но по-другому все равно кончиться не может.
Сама история.
Да.
Ну да, там на самом
меня
деле
сейчас
ограничено.
ненавидеть все будут, потому что я в конце каждого этого заставлю людей, зачем. Извините, спасибо огромное. На самом деле, по-моему, супер интересная будущая история. И, насколько я понимаю, у нас сейчас будет заключительный доклад и на сегодня, и в этой части. Ибрагим Руан. Ага. Где? Ага, ты идешь, отлично. Monetization Design Ethics and Psychology from Exploitation to Long-Term Involvement. Exploitation мне нравится.
So, hello everyone, my name is Ibagimon. I'm currently the first year bachelor at the International IT University in Almaty and also part of Mixed Reality Laboratory. I want to especially thank you all guys to stay up this late. I hope I bring up to your expectations and this topic will be very interesting for you. And today we are gonna talk about the ethics and psychology of monetization design. And the main goal of research is to explore how the gaming industry has historically relied on the psychological exploitation to drive their maximum revenue, and also how we can and must transition toward models that prioritize long-term and stabilized engagement of players. So before we get into the mechanics of monetization, I want to briefly outline the methodology that I used in this research. And this research is based on the conceptual analytical review of common monetization structures, and also we conducted a psychological audit of the techniques used in today's most profitable digital economies, and we then compared the outcomes of short-term revenue tactics and long-term sustainable approaches. Throughout the presentation, I am operating on one main core assumption, is that economic efficiency and ethical responsibility of the game are not excluding one another, and in fact, as we will go to the presentation, I hope we will see that they complement each other very well. As we all experience from our childhood, as it was said before, that we go to a specific shop and buy some DVDs, CDs of games, and then play it. Like we all remember that, and after that, nowadays we have free-to-play options, and this by removing the upfront barrier of game, a lot of companies maximize their audience reach, and I think it's really awesome because we have a lot of games that we can get for free, and if you have money you can spend on it, but it's not really necessary. And as developers, we are deep in the mechanics of games, and it is easy to view our project purely as a technical challenge for ourselves, but from the perspective of gamers, I think our architectural decisions now dictate the player's psychological journey. Monetization now fundamentally shapes how fast user progresses, how when they get rewarded, how they interact with each other, and also UI and UX, also how it can affect the whole system. A perfect example of what I'm talking about is Counter-Strike Global Offense. I think all of us know CSGO, and as we remember, it was like paid when it released, but right now it's transitioned to free-to-play model, and which is exploded the player base, and also they replaced the upfront purchase to digital economy centered entirely on cosmetic weapon changes. I think the transition didn't cause the disappearance of financial burden, because instead of being the gate for the content of game, the financial choices are in the game itself. Because monetization is embedded directly into the gameplay loop, it relies heavily on psychological triggers. Financial choices are made in highly immersive, emotionally charged states. A primary driver here is variable racial reinforcement. Is the same unpredictable reward schedule used in slot machines, like in casinos. And we saw the breaking point of this during the release of Star Wars Battlefront 2. And the game originally tied its main core multiplayer progression, including crucial stats boosts like increased damage and even weapon reload times to the randomized loot boxes, and the psychological pressure of gambling for a competitive advantage caused a big public backlash that the publisher was forced to shut down the transactions entirely for a short period of time. Researchers such as Zendel and his team in 2019 have found clear statistical associations between this kind of loot box engagement and gambling problem, particularly among younger, vulnerable adolescents. Sorry. So we're going to talk about predatory design and dark patterns. When these psychological triggers are intentionally weaponized, we cross the line into so-called predatory monetization. This is often executed through dark patterns. UI deliberately engineered to steer players toward decision that conflicts with their actual preferences. Let's remember the game called Valorant. I think some of us are know this game, play this game, and we know that there's daily rotating shops or night markets with some kind of sales, and I think there's this creates an artificial scarcity, intense temporal pressure, and even feel of missing out, because you think if I don't buy it now, maybe it will not spawn in my shop for for 1 to 2 years, and I really want this skin. So yeah. Furthermore, you face completely opaque probability structures because if an item costs 1,775 points and you are forced to buy 2,050 point bundle because it's the most new one, you are left with some money that forces you to think, maybe I will spend it next time, maybe I will top up one more time and buy another skin. So it's forcing you to do this. Next slide, please. So naturally, this aggressive approach caused intense regulatory research. Lawmakers all across the globe are increasingly focused on consumer protection in digital spaces. When we look at comparative policy findings, a big contrast emerges, because in Belgium, the law classified paid loot boxes as illegal gambling, forces major games to shut down this function for gamers entirely for Belgium. And China is legally requiring publishers to publicly display the exact percentage of drop rate of each item in the game. But on the other hand, we have Western market, and Western market is very free, because each game, each company decides itself. It's very voluntary here. And conclusion here is unavoidable, because commercial incentives alone are simply insufficient to guarantee consumer protection. The next slide, please. So let's talk about alternative, because I think all of us think how do we build systems that are profitable and ethical, because we all we all are humans, all want to be ethic, be patient with each other, be kind with each other, but as a game makers, as a company, as a workers, we all want like money. And I propose the system that we call the byte monetization framework, and this model will be built on the three pillars. As you can see, the transparency, the proportional value, and player autonomy. And a prime example of this is designing a battle pass that doesn't feel burdensome, because for years battle pass is a very fundament. The fundament of battle pass is your feeling FOMO, because fear of missing out, because if you don't close the battle pass of this season before it ends, it like disappears. You don't get all the rewards from the season, so you are forced to play even you are like tired from your studies, even if you are tired from work. You play the game, you see like the battle pass ends in 2 or 3 days, and you have some levels that are not closed, and you play just because you paid money for it and you want all the rewards from it. So for example, we have like the perfect, in my opinion, perfect battle passes, because games like Halo Infinite and Helldivers evolutionized in this section, because their battle pass never ends, and if you pay for it, even if you were absent from game like for 3 or 4 months, you can just hop in the game, choose the battle pass you want to progress in, and play freely as it is. You don't miss any rewards, and it's like if you pay for it, you'll get it sometime. The next slide, please. Economics of ethical design. Now, some might argue that this ethical approach leaves money on the table, because it doesn't like forces player to pay. And as we all know, in such intense games like Valorant, as I mentioned, and all the games that like forces you to play, even there are some free-to-play persons that don't play, don't pay for it. But in my opinion, the economics of ethical designs is a total different story. Short-term extension models, the ones I talked about before, that are relying on dark patterns, will absolutely drive immediate revenue spikes, but they burn out your player base, destroy goodwill, and cause regulatory crackdowns. Because as we all know, like there's a lot of news, like the new game came out, it was popular like for 2-3 months, it was called like a big game, future game of the year, but after some time it like disappears from any social media. And also we have like the example of child players who use the credit card of their parents, and there is a lot of like payments from it, because from my point of view, the child's brain is very affected by the feeling of missing out, and they pay because they don't even know the value of this money. And long-term sustainable models that I'm insisting on, they foster stable communities. They did player trust as a core strategic asset, and not as an exploitable resource. And in the modern digital economy, retention and a healthy session-to-session player count are far more valuable than a quick cash grab. The next one. So in conclusion, I want to say that ethical monetization is not merely just a moral concession. It's, in my opinion, is a necessary strategic evolution. The long-term sustainability of our industry depends entirely on responsible, transparent integration of behavioral knowledge, and transitioning away from exploitation isn't just good ethics, it represents the true goals of whole community and the game of digital and game design. So thank you very much for your attention. I was really honored to be here, and if you have any question, I will happily answer them.
Я прошу прощения, я знаю, кто хочет задать вопрос, кто должен задать вопрос.
Да, здравствуйте. Во-первых, первый вопрос, чтобы не сильно больно было. А насколько актуальные данные вы использовали по поводу legal части с точки зрения Eastern World? Потому что я точно знаю сейчас, так как мы сами занимаемся гейм-монетизацией на всем рынке, что есть регуляционные правила по всей планете фактически, кроме там тир-3 стран, но Western World полностью также покрыт. И китайские компании никогда не были забанены за то, что у них гача. Им просто предложили сделать процентаж появления айтема в лутбоксах, и этого хватило.
Здравствуйте. Для начала прошу заметить, что я никогда не говорил про баны, я говорю про то, что как раз таки вот drop rate, percentage of drop rate, нужно было указывать на каждый айтем. Насчет первого части вопроса хочу сказать, что мы изучали этот вопрос, но взяли вот как раз таки вот эти данные, которые я взял, чтобы показать, что в нашем мире есть две стороны этого вопроса, и своим заявлением я никак не обобщал никакие страны, потому что мы знаем, что в странах есть правовые, как сказать, правовые действия насчет монетизации.
Окей, хорошо. Еще?
Я не буду больно. Больно не будешь больше. Да, да.
У игр же есть какие-то бизнес-планы, вот условно в этом месяце они должны столько получить от монетизации, в следующем месяце вот столько должны получить денег. А как вы планируете совмещать бизнес-цели в рамках ethical monetization?
Я считаю, что этика никогда не должна мешать бизнес-планам, то есть получается даже сейчас игры, которые существуют, возьмем ту же самую сейчас популярную игру, называется Умомусуме. Там есть целый, как сказать, правовой документ, о котором говорится, что там, конечно, говорится про возраст игроков, потому что там идет градация по возрасту. То есть, если вам меньше столько-то лет, вы вообще не можете платить, потому что нет никакой финансовой грамотности у человека, и, в принципе, вряд ли у него есть какие-то пути получать деньги. И там даже идет градация по возрасту и по деньгам. Я считаю, что даже если сделать... Я не продвигаю идею от того, чтобы полностью отказываться от идеи Battle Pass, от донатов и так далее. Я просто хочу продвигаю идею того, чтобы сделать это более... как сказать, добровольным и не принуждающим, потому что, как я говорил ранее, все эти каунтдауны, все эти концы сезона и кончающиеся батл-пассы, это, так скажем, нечестно, потому что два человека заплатили одну и ту же сумму, но из-за того, что у одного из них есть какие-то другие дела, помимо того, чтобы как играть в эту игру 24/7, он не получил все те награды, которые получил второй человек. И я продвигаю эту идею, и я считаю, что это никак не будет влиять, прям так, критично влиять на бизнес-план игры, если они изначально будут придерживаться этой идеи.
Все хорошо, спасибо.
бизнес-планы и честно. Да? Игорь, окей. Давай, дорогой.
Раз все вопросы на русском задают, давайте я тоже на русском задам. Вот как вы думаете, что в принципе теоретически возможно ли такое достичь, что free-to-play будет этическим? Потому что вот по моему личному мнению, в моем ощущении, free-to-play и этика — это две вещи, которые идут параллельными дорогами и никогда не пересекаются, в принципе.
Спасибо большое, Саша, за вообще это. Вот у меня тут вопрос еще есть у человека.
Вот насчет Dota, вот они же первые придумали, получается, Battle Pass, но с 2018 года они отказались от этой идеи. У них сейчас другая немножко форма стала. А так, благодаря Battle Pass у них была очень большая прибыль была. И вот люди считают, большинство, что именно эра, когда вот Battle Pass был, в Dota самые лучшие были. Сейчас они теперь в течение года разные айтемы в разные события добавляют. Так что тенденции меняются, наверное, как-то. А так Battle Pass именно они разработали. Вот это интересная технология, которую они придумали.
А суть вопроса какая?
Да, это, наверное, не вопрос, а комментарий. Да, и мы не набрасывались, извини, просто такой же животрепещущий, да, вопрос. И мы все, на самом деле, любим free-to-play, и все хотели бы... Кто пустил вообще сюда этого человека? Вот.
Да, я хотела просто сказать спасибо за очень классно выбранную тему и релевантную тему в плане именно монетизации. Это достаточно очень важный и большой вопрос. И несмотря на то, что вот из зала было выдвинуто мнение о том, что, возможно, это все может идти параллельно, да, может быть, но это не значит, что мы не должны как бы задавать такие вопросы, не должны задумываться, а где эта черта, где эта линия, чтобы, по крайней мере, у нас была такая North Star, да, звезда, куда мы должны двигаться вперед и в целом оценивать ситуацию, потому что тот человек, который не задает вопросы, он в целом, ну, не будем дальше в философию уходить, но в целом спасибо большое, очень классно.
Прекрасный тезис, да, спасибо. Спасибо тебе действительно за то, что поднял такую тему, вот, и что мы вот аж в капитализм уперлись под конец. Прекрасно, смело и замечательно. Давайте еще раз поблагодарим прекрасного. И да, на автопате все про капитализм предлагаю поговорить как следует. Приходите, да. Кто про это расскажет? Ты расскажешь? Давай.
Yeah. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you for Andrei for moderation. Thank you to all the speakers for your exciting presentations. Даже муха офигела от того, что у нас здесь происходит. It's actually the official end of our conference. It was intense. Thank you so much. There are so many things I will be thinking about that were discussed today. And as you might know, we will have the publicated proceedings of this conference later on. So all these presentations will be published and you will be able to read more thoughtfully about all the research that was made. We will keep you posted, especially in Telegram chat. All the news will be there. Now the official part of our event is over. Thank you all very much. Now we have certificates to our participants, 2 speakers, and showcasers who were entertaining us today with their games. Please, anyone who was speaking today at the presentations or showcasing their games, you can come here to take your certificates later on, and then we will have a collective photo at the huge black banner. And after that, officially, it's all over. But unofficially, as you've seen from Telegram chat, we will have some time to go to a bar, which is nearby München, right? München, yes. So if you want to continue discussions with participants, please feel free to join us. There are no particular timings or requirements. Just join. Thank you so much.
Я хотел сказать Сашу, давайте поблагодарим. Это вот, ну, кто все это вообще? Спасибо тебе огромное за то, что и DiGRA, и Chapter, и эта конференция замечательная. По-моему, вообще очень супер. Спасибо огромное всем, что пришли. По-моему, было много хорошего общения. Надеюсь, что многие поиграли в шоу-кейс, да, оставили ребятам, типа, вам оставили? Да, фидбэк, вот. Дружище, коллега из Бишкека счастлив. Спасибо вам огромное, что дали Бишкеку нам фидбэк и не только. И за общение. Давайте его продолжим, действительно пофайтимся за капитализм вечерком. Не, вот да, пойдем, да. О, а можно там даже устроить, да, файты. Кто победит, тот оплачивает. Вот, есть... Да, спасибо на самом деле, огромное спасибо волонтерам. Давайте тоже, да, потому что волонтеры это... Да, мышцы ивента всегда. Без волонтеров никогда ничего не получается. Огромное спасибо, ребята, за то, что вы в субботу вот это все поддерживаете. Спасибо тебе тоже огромное за обеспечение технического всего, вот все, что было, и трансляции, по-моему, все замечательно. Она будет записана, ее можно будет посмотреть и так далее. Не знаю, кому еще спасибо, кому мы еще забыли. В общем...
Меня попросили по-русски тоже озвучить. Сейчас будем коллективную фотку делать перед баннером.
Кто успеет там поместиться, тут... можно попробовать, да, здесь, наверное, мы лучше поместимся как-то. Фотограф, командуй, выставляй сцену, давайте фоткаться, спасибо всем еще раз.